Chapter 817. The Largest Dragon Vein in the Shangzhou. Ling Zhao's eyes trembled when he heard Sect Master Taishuan's words. He suddenly thought of a possibility. The Xingzhou's heavenly way restricted one's cultivation. Ling Xiao was still wondering how the Divine Master had broken through to the Venerate realm. But now he seemed to have found the answer. To be able to use such a divine seal to suppress a dragon vein. Just thinking about it made one feel terrified. If Zhou Yandao fused with this vein, would he really take that step? However, on second thought, Ling Xiao rejected the idea in his heart. Although the idea was reasonable, the timing was wrong. Since the dragon vein was under the Shangzhou Divine Mountain, Zhou Yandao had to at least kill Yi Qingchan to have a chance to obtain it. If he hadn't reached the Venerate realm, how could he be Yi Qingchan's opponent? Could it be that he wasn't the one who killed Yi Qingchan? Hiss! In an instant, Ling Xiao felt a chill rise from the bottom of his feet. For the first time, he felt fear in his heart. Master, do you want me to take this opportunity to kill the first divine envoy and take the treasure? Sect Master Taishan asked in a low voice. It's not time yet. Ling Xiao shook his head. He didn't just want to kill Dugu Yunjin. He also needed Sect Master Taishan to capture Ziyan so that he could make use of her. If he used too much spiritual power now, there would be unforeseen events. The 2 9th-grade divine emperors wouldn't die so easily in a short period of time. Boom! There were already ravines in front of the Ocean Emperor Palace. The heavenly way had fallen. The bottomless abyss could be seen everywhere. Wherever the waves surged, there were remnants of divine power. A divine trident had suddenly appeared in Ziyan's hand, and it was completely brilliant silver in color, while boundless lightning markings surged within it. In fact, every time the trident fell, countless terrifying thunder cracks would appear in the void. It was extremely shocking. When Ruyu sat alone in the void, her eyes shone brightly as she flicked her 9 fingers. Thousands of demonic intent flowed between her fingers. However, the book demon and the chess demon were obviously struggling in such a battle. Even a wisp of its remaining might was enough to cause their minds to tremble, and they were sent flying while vomiting blood. Dugu Yunjin didn't panic in the slightest when facing the joint attacks of 4 people. He held the divine seal in his hand, and every single time it descended, it carried heaven's sealing divine energy, causing Ziyan and the others to block it in a sorry state. Zi Huang! Suddenly, when Ruyu lightly shouted, Ziyan's eyes also blossomed with divine light. Outside, when Ruyu's body, a bloody mist suddenly rose, and the sound of the zither suddenly became piercingly cold. Vaguely, a straight heavenly Tao could be seen descending from the sky. On both sides of the heavenly Tao, divine trees towered. Snow flew everywhere, and only a single figure could be seen walking through the sky. His magnificence was unmatched. The sea of clouds overlapped, the mountains and rivers were boundless, yet they could not compare to a single strand of that beautiful figure's hair. This song was called Oblivion. It was the work of the great demon Wen Ruyu, who had gone mad due to his emotional trauma. It was also a masterpiece of the mortal world, a solo performance of the 9 heavens. However, although this soul song was mighty, it needed Wen Ruyu's blood and qi as a medium, and her life force as a guide. Otherwise, how could he live up to the word absolute? Yearning to the bone. True love is hard to let down. If I don't die, how can I forget? The wind and snow grew stronger, covering the sky. Everyone only saw the green figure dancing in the snow, dignified and charming, like a divine child of the celestial world, and also like a dream in their hearts. However, for some reason his eyes were filled with sorrow. Heaven and earth mourned, and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. In the end, the green figure floated down from the sky. She reached out with her jade-like hand and pressed it toward Dugu Yunjin's head. Humph! Endless divine light rained down, and the snowstorm that filled the sky suddenly turned into blades that stretched out endlessly. Dugu Yunjin's eyes trembled, and he also felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Vast and mighty spiritual light gathered on the divine seal above his head, trying to resist the great demon's soul. Divine light soared into the sky, destroying the sky. Within the golden seal, there seemed to be an ancient aura that was awakening. Then, as the great demon's eyes trembled, it turned into a 300-meter-long dragon shadow and bit toward the celestial soul. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The instant the two attacks collided, the space completely shattered. Two spatial cracks extended for thousands of miles, almost piercing through the entire sea. At this moment, Dugu Yunjin's figure retreated several steps, and a trace of paleness flashed across his face. Now is the time. Zi Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her figure suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already about 10 feet in front of Dugu Yunjin. As she waved her hand, a ferocious lightning dragon tore through the void, taking advantage of Dugu Yunjin's unstable state of mind to press down on his head. The lightning dragon was about 300 meters long, and every scale on it seemed to be made of brilliant silver. They were filled with demonic patterns and carried a great charm. "You're courting death!" Dugu Yunjin shouted angrily. His eyes were already filled with panic. Then he reached out with both hands to meet the lightning dragon. However, at this moment, he was hastily blocking, while Zi Yan was accumulating power to attack. Thus, the instant the two collided, Dugu Yunjin immediately felt a terrifying divine power pierce through his arm, and the sky behind him completely shattered. Uft! Dugu Yunjin's figure retreated explosively, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. With a thought, the heaven-sealing divine seal descended from the sky, blocking Zi Yan, who wanted to chase after him. Die! However, right at this moment, two fierce shouts suddenly came from behind him. The chess demon and the book demon each held a spiritual treasure in their hands as they appeared in the void. Just now, the chess demon had used the Tao formations to conceal their auras so that they could hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Dugu Yunjin. The ancient slaughtering formation and several demonic figures descended at the same time, completely sealing off Dugu Yunjin's path of retreat. "Loliant, you actually dare to launch a sneak attack on me." Dugu Yunjin's expression changed again, and his eyes were filled with true rage. A beam of golden radiance suddenly shot out from between his brows. It was like a third divine eye that surged with a myriad of rays of light, and it transformed into a palace that suddenly descended. The golden palace rose in the wind, and in just a few breaths of time, it was 300 meters in size. The carved beams and painted pillars were dazzling in gold and jade, and it seemed to encompass heaven and earth and swallow the universe. At this moment, there seemed to be a series of celestial sounds that contained a profound Tao intent that could cause one's mind to sink into it and inexplicably lower one's guard. Heaven's secret forbidden technique, Heaven's eye palace. Zi Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her jade-like hands continuously formed seals, forcing the heaven-sealing divine seal to retreat. Boom! However, before she could approach Dugu Yunjin, the golden palace had already enveloped the book demon and the chess demon. Vast and mighty divine might transformed into a huge force that pressed down on the golden palace from all directions. After all, the two demons' cultivation were only at the 6th stage realm. Even if the two of them appeared at the right time, it just so happened that, before absolute strength, any opportunistic methods were useless. A bloody mist rose, and the golden palace disappeared. The book demon and the chess demon's figures were no longer in the world. When Ryu slowly closed her eyes, and 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. In the end, the 7 demons roamed freely, and 6 of them died. He was the only one left. What was the meaning of living alone? Moreover, back then, if he hadn't been obsessed with love and searched everywhere for Misya's traces, perhaps the 7 demons would still be free and unfettered in the world, playing around in the mountains and rivers. Or perhaps when the knife demon died back then, he should have understood, cut off his yearning, and lived in seclusion. Then he wouldn't have fallen to such a tragic state today. Unfortunately, he couldn't forget her and he couldn't let her go. He couldn't obtain her, and he was greedy. In the end, he couldn't tell if the one he loved was Yi Qing-chan, or he loved the dream that didn't care about him at all. He regretted not meeting her earlier and was in a dilemma. He originally thought that he would be saved by turning back. However, in the end, the song ended and everyone dispersed. Chapter 8:18. Divine Envoy Dugu, good move. Zi Yan's eyes trembled slightly as she retreated. 6 god emperors surrounded him, but Dugu Yunjin killed 4 of them. Ling Xiao, if you were the one who set this up, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Even Zi Yan didn't expect the first divine envoy to have refined the sacred sect's most precious treasure, the heaven-sealing divine seal. This seal was set above the Shengzhou spiritual treasure. In other words, this seal didn't belong to the Shengzhou spiritual treasure. Someone had left it on the sacred sect's divine mountain to suppress the dragon vein. Dugu Yunjin was now a rank 9 god emperor, and he controlled this treasure. It would be difficult for her and the heavily injured Wen Ruyu to shake him. If she didn't leave now, she would lose both her life and her reputation. Fortunately, she had hidden Shi, or somewhere else after parting with Ling Xiao. Although Zi Yan didn't believe that a mere human youth could threaten her rule of the sea region at first. Although she had been tyrannical and cruel all these years, she was also cautious. It was all for the sake of avenging Mrs. Blood feud one day. That way, she wouldn't let her down by becoming enemies with the demon world and saving her under the barren mountain. Zi Huang, it's your turn. Dugu Yunjin sneered, and his figure instantly disappeared. The heaven-sealing divine seal turned into a magnificent sea of divine runes in the sky. It covered the sky and smashed toward Zi Yan. At this moment, Zi Yan already had the intention to retreat. Without the 5 demons holding her back, she was facing the sacred sect's most precious treasure alone. Her face immediately turned gloomy. Arrogant. Zi Yan clenched her teeth. The lightning dragon behind her soared into the sky and turned into a ray of light, crashing into the golden seal above her head. Silver light filled the sky, and an incomparably vast power fluctuated. The sky froze. Only the silver light pierced through the sky and let out a deafening sound. Boom! The full power of 2 rank 9 god emperors collided. The power was unimaginable. The sky and earth instantly collapsed. The great Tao was obliterated, and a terrifying destructive power burst forth. Pucci. However, with Dugu Yunjin's strength, even Zi Yan felt a great pressure when he used his full power to activate this sacred sect's most precious treasure. The lightning dragon was instantly shattered, and the golden seal became dim and lightless. Dugu Yunjin's body trembled slightly as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, whereas Zi Yan was blasted flying. A mouthful of blood sprayed from her mouth, and her beautiful face was already incomparably pale. Qin demon, he's injured. Stop him for a moment, and I'll kill him with my innate divine ability. Zi Yan angrily shouted, her eyes filled with panic. On the other hand, when Ryu merely nodded lightly, she stood up and strode towards Dugu Yunjin. Soul power and divine will began to intertwine around his body. A deep and vast fluctuation swept out, turning into a Milky Way that flowed above the void. In Wen Ryu's hands, the Qingxiao Guqin also shone brightly. All the Tao patterns on the Guqin seemed to have come to life at this moment. Raging flames surged, divine trees blossomed, rivers flowed in reverse, and the sun and moon formed the sky. Layers upon layers of strange phenomena appeared around Dugu Yunjin, completely concealing his figure. when Ryu was a rank 8 martial emperor. She was only a step away from rank 9, now that he was fighting with his life on the line, burning his bloodline and divine soul. One could imagine how powerful he was. You overestimate yourself. Dugu Yunjin coldly snorted. The heaven-sealing divine seal above his head shone brightly again. Divine might gushed out, completely destroying the many strange phenomena. In fact, every time a strange phenomenon was destroyed, when Ryu's face would turn a shade paler, when all the soul power in the sky dissipated, his figure suddenly fell from the sky and heavily landed on the ground, unable to get up again. But just as he turned around to look at Ziyan with a bitter expression, he saw that she had already turned around and fled into the distance. Zi Huang Yu, when Ryu was stunned and blood instantly dripped from the corners of his mouth. Obviously, he'd never imagined that the Violet Emperor would actually be so shameless. At the instant, he stopped Dugu Yunjin. Not only did the Violet Emperor not attack, the Violet Emperor had instead turned around and fled. Ha ha ha! Zi Huang, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going? However, just as Zi Yan's figure entered the void and was about to leave, a ray of clear light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Countless Tao patterns intertwined, and in just a breath's time, the entire world was locked down. At the same time, in the void, two figures suddenly stepped out. They were looking at the three people below with playful eyes. In the lead, Ling Xiao was wearing a black robe. He looked carefree and unrestrained. Even his face had a gentle and calm smile. Behind him, Sect Master Taishian stood with his hands behind his back. Thousands of divine patterns were moving freely in his eyes. However, his figure was half a step behind Ling Xiao. It was obvious that this 9th-grade divine emperor was following that young man's lead. Ling Xiao, Ziyan, and Dugu Yunjin were shocked at the same time, especially when they felt the terrifying aura from Sect Master Taishuan's body. Their eyes trembled for a moment. Of course, in Ziyan's eyes, Ling Xiao was the sacred son of the sacred sect. At this time, he had most likely come to kill her. However, Dugu Yunjin sighed softly in his heart. He originally wanted to take a step towards Wenryu, but he also stopped. He seemed to understand why the 6 great elders and 2 great protectors of the Tianji sect died at the same time. With Sect Master Taishuan's cultivation, killing 8 divine emperors wouldn't waste too much spiritual energy. However, Dugu Yunjin couldn't figure out how the number 1 divine emperor of the eastern border, the sect master that even the divine masters were afraid of, was related to Ling Xiao, the successor of the Ling people. Although the Ling people were of the ancient race and were quite famous in the eastern border, how could they be worthy of Sect Master Taishuan's submission? Also, why did he feel that the Ling Xiao in front of him was different from the Ling Xiao that he had seen before? Although there was a divine aura flowing around the two of them, the Ling Xiao from before was ethereal and had a kind of will of Tao that was one with the world. However, the Ling Xiao in front of him had a domineering aura in his eyes that looked down on the world. Zi Huang, we meet again. Ling Xiao smiled gently and looked at the pale Ziyan in front of him. He had seen the entire battle just now. Now, 4 of the 5 demons were dead. The remaining Wenryu's vitality was also gone. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to survive. As for Ziyan and Dugu Yunjin, not only were they exhausted, but they also suffered serious injuries. It was about time for this battle to end. You don't come over! Ziyan instinctively took a step back. She didn't know when it started, but she had a trace of instinctive fear towards this human youth in her heart. Destroying the flood dragon humans, killing Izhan, deceiving the great demons, and scheming against the divine envoys. Which one of these things was like what a youth would do? Moreover, with Ziyan's status as a scheming person, although she had already sensed a trace of a scheme, she just couldn't struggle and couldn't find any flaws. In fact, every time she made up her mind to kill this youth, he would take out another temptation and force her to walk down the path that he had chosen. Her intelligence was close to that of a demon's. Originally, it was said that demons had a long lifespan. Everything they saw and experienced would eventually turn into schemes. However, she, a rank 9 great demon who had lived for hundreds of years, was now being toyed with by a youth and was unable to extricate herself. In the end, she could only silently wait for him to succeed. "Zi Huang, what are you afraid of? Didn't you call me here to kill divine envoy Dugu?" Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. Suddenly, a trace of demonic intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 819. "You!" Ziyan's eyes trembled as she frowned, especially the gentle smile on Ling Xiao's face. It was like a sneer, causing her heart to be filled with shame and anger. However, once she denied that she had conspired with Ling Xiao to kill Dugu Yunjin. Given this young man's temperament, he would probably just stand by and watch. He might even betray her and join hands with Dugu Yunjin. After all, he only said that he was invited. He did not say that he would definitely help Ziyan. Originally, Ziyan wanted to use the 5 demons to get rid of Dugu Yunjin and then lead the trouble to Ling Xiao. Someone had to take the blame for the death of a divine envoy. Otherwise, once the divine master descended, the endless sea would become a dead sea. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Now, she had actually become that black pot. However, if that was the case, Ling Xiao would not kill him so easily. In the eyes of a villain, there was no friendship. There was only benefit. "Zi Huang, have you forgotten? That's really a pity, Dugu. Young master." Zi Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she clenched her teeth. Suddenly, she called out to Ling Xiao. She had an irreconcilable hatred with the divine master. Thus, she was not afraid of offending this power. However, now that she had been exposed, she would probably have to hide with Shi-Er for a long time. Zi Huang, have you remembered?" Ling Xiao smiled playfully. Zi Yan could only nod slightly. Her tone suddenly turned cold. "I hope that young master will join hands with me to kill the first divine envoy." "Haha, why should I join hands with Zi Huang?" Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. However, Ziyan's expression instantly froze. "You!" To be honest, Ziyan felt an indescribable regret in her heart. If she had agreed to Ling Xiao's request to join hands with him, she would not have fallen into her current situation. The current her was completely under Ling Xiao's control. Even if he wanted her now, Ziyan would not be able to refuse. "If young master agrees to join hands with me, I will give you all the resources of the Sea Imperial Palace." Ziyan clenched her teeth and said hatefully. At this moment, the grievance in her heart could be imagined. Obviously, this young man also needed her help to kill the divine messenger. However, she had to beg him and curry favor with him in order to survive this calamity. "What can I do? I feel wronged as well, but I can't die yet. Otherwise, my plan of 300 years will be completely destroyed. Purple Emperor's memory is not good. I don't trust you. How about this? Give me your Qinquan bag as a deposit?" Ling Xiao said with a gentle smile, but there was no fluctuation in his eyes. From the very beginning, the method he used to control Ziyan was her life. Whether it was Yijan or the dragon folk, they were all stumbling blocks to Ziyan's hegemony. By eliminating them, Ling Xiao had stabilized Ziyan's position. However, from the very beginning, Ling Xiao had known that what she wanted was definitely not a sea. Of course, no matter what her ambitions were, they had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. However, such a woman would not be willing to die. Not to mention, she was a villain. She was unscrupulous and sinister. As long as she could live, she was willing to pay any price. "You!" Zi Yan's beautiful eyes glared fiercely. Lightning surged around her body, but it calmed down in the blink of an eye. She took out a Qinquan bag from her bosom and threw it at Ling Xiao. The expression on her beautiful face had already calmed down. Now, regret and anger were useless. In the end, Ling Xiao had won this game of chess. She only hoped to kill Dugu Yunjin quickly and leave the sea to seek the world again. Purple Emperor is straightforward. Taoist Master, join forces with Purple Emperor and fight the first divine messenger. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and turned to look at Dugu Yunjin, who was standing in the sky. From the beginning to the end, this divine messenger of the sacred sect had not said a word. 9 deaths. He finally understood the meaning of the sentence. If he had chosen to return to the central border back then, it would have been the end of his life. However, in the end, he did not dare to disobey the divine master. Moreover, he was afraid of Yi Qingchan's return. Therefore, he had arranged many contingencies and chose to stay in the sea. That was 9 deaths. Taoist Master Taishuan's cultivation was unfathomable. He was once famous for killing an elder of the sacred sect at the foot of Tao Comprehension Mountain. However, in the end, no one in the entire Xingzhou had seen him use his full strength. Only the divine master had come personally and interacted with him. However, the world did not know how deep this interaction was. After all, Taoist Master Taishan had not taken a single step out of Tao Comprehension Mountain since that day, and the sacred sect had surprisingly swallowed their anger. Previously, Dugu Yunjin had also calculated the origins and identities of Ling Xiao and this mysterious Taoist master. However, he only saw endless fog and layers of cover. Of course, if he was at his peak, Dugu Yunjin was confident that he could use the heaven-sealing divine seal to deal with him. However, he was already greatly exhausted and had been seriously injured by Wenruyu and the others. In addition, there was also Ziyan, who had not yet done anything. Yes, it was 9 deaths. Lord Ling Xiao, what is the meaning of this? As the saying went, the older one was, the more afraid of death one was. Moreover, Dugu Yunjin had lived for 1,000 years and cherished his life. If not for this, he would not have betrayed Yi Zichen and joined a new master. However, in the end, it was precisely because he had betrayed Yi Zichen that Zhou Yandao had never truly believed him and had always been wary of him. As a result, he was isolated and helpless. He had the title of the first divine envoy, but could not use any of the sacred sect's power. He could not even send a message. Therefore, in this world, everything was empty except for karma. Retribution always came unknowingly. Lord Divine Envoy, why do you ask when you already know the answer? You should have had your eyes on me a long time ago, right? Ling Xiao raised his head, looked into Dugu Yunjin's eyes, and chuckled softly. He had long known that the divine master of the sacred sect was looking for the Taoist prodigy. Now that he knew the identity of the first divine envoy, some of the doubts in his heart were gradually resolved. He was afraid that when this divine messenger came to the eastern border and told him his fortune, it was just to confirm his thoughts and to raise pigs and kill pigs. He was a loyal servant of the divine master and traveled around the world just to change his identity and do some shady business for the divine master. However, why did he not gain the divine master's trust? Apart from the fact that Zhou Yandao was problematic, it was obvious that this divine envoy also had secrets that Ling Xiao did not know. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the divine master will find out and destroy Ling people? Dugu Yunjin snorted coldly and tried to use Ling people to intimidate Ling Xiao. Divine envoy, don't worry. Before killing you, I have already tested it on other divine envoys. Now, I'm afraid that the divine master can't get away. Ling Xiao shook his head. However, Dugu Yunjin's face suddenly turned ashen. What? You killed other divine envoys? Why should a dead person know so much? Sect Master, Zihuang, do it. Ling Xiao smiled, but did not look at Dugu Yunjin again. He lifted his foot and walked towards Wenruyu, who was on the verge of death. Thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the void thousands of miles away. In just a short moment, the entire sea area surged with billions of waves. Chapter 8:20. Boom! High up in the sky, Sect Master Taishan took a step forward. Every step he took seemed to be filled with Taoist rhythms and divine power. In between his eyebrows, there was an ancient divine pattern that secretly bore the power of the heavens. Even his robe seemed to be shining with primordial light, as if a celestial from the 9 heavens had accidentally landed in the mortal world. Heaven and earth were vast, and all living beings bowed. Not far away, Ziyan did not dare to stand side by side with Sect Master Taishan. Obviously, she was very cautious. She was surrounded by lightning, and the shattered thunder dragon phantom once again stood tall in the air. Although the demonic figure looked somewhat illusory at this moment, the demonic aura it emitted was still extremely frightening, especially on the halberd in her hand. There was a sea of lightning that pierced through the sky. Dugu Yunjin's expression was cold and even a little gloomy. As a 9th-grade divine emperor, he was already at the end of his rope. If he attacked now, he would most likely die. However, Sect Master Taishuan's barrier of light contained the rhythms of heaven and earth. With his current strength, he would not be able to break it in a short time. Once he was distracted, he would immediately reveal his weakness. Although the collision between 2 peak cultivators was magnificent and difficult to determine the winner in a short time, it was even more dangerous and unpredictable. If he was not careful, it would be difficult to turn the situation around. Humph! I did not expect that I, Dugu Yunjin, would end up in such a desperate situation after roaming the Xingzhou for almost 1,000 years. What a joke! Dugu Yunjin looked up and sighed. His only hope was that the cultivators of the sacred sect could arrive in time, although he already knew from Ling Zhao's words that the remaining 3 divine envoys were most likely dead. But Shui Ro, wait. Since Ling Xiao had planned this and conspired with Ziyan, how could he let Shui Ro go so easily? Originally, he did not know that Sect Master Taishan was behind Ling Xiao. He only thought that with Shui Ro's strength, it would be safe to send the letter. But now it seemed like it was the end of the road. Sect Master Taishan, did the 8 divine emperors of the Tianji sect die in your hands? In the end, Dugu Yunjin sighed softly. His old eyes flashed with sadness. Sect Master Taishan frowned slightly but did not say anything. He took a step forward and appeared above Dugu Yunjin's head. The winds and clouds within 10,000 miles of the void suddenly changed. Thousands of strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Thunderclouds gathered, and heavenly lightning punishment descended. He struck out a seal with one hand, and there seemed to be billions of Tao patterns surging in his palm. Flawless clear light covered the sky and covered the earth. The grand Tao of slaughter contained within it caused Ziyan to feel a sense of unease and terror. Humph! Dugu Yunming snorted coldly. The heaven-sealing divine seal suddenly released 10,000 rays of golden light. Like an awakened true dragon, it pressed towards the light. Boom! The moment the 2 collided, countless sounds of the great path reverberated. Order, precepts, heavenly Tao, and earthly rhymes instantly crumbled. Just at this moment, Ziyan brazenly attacked. Lightning that could destroy eternity descended from the sky and charged at Dugu Yunjin. Although their cultivations were both at the 9th rank, Ziyan's monster body was stronger than her physical talent. Now that Dugu Yunjin's spiritual energy was gathered in the divine seal, Ziyan had a chance to kill him. At this moment, Ziyan no longer hesitated and used her full strength. In her opinion, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't kill her. Otherwise, no one would be able to take the blame for killing a divine envoy. You're courting death. Dugu Yunjin's face was no longer as calm as before. Even his golden robe was stained with blood, and he looked a little miserable. However, facing Ziyan, he didn't retreat. Or rather, he couldn't retreat at all. He could only reach out his palm and strike the void. A 1,000-foot golden palace appeared out of nowhere and smashed down with an aura that could suppress eternity. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder spread for 10,000 miles. However, in the end, Dugayunjin was forced back 1,000 feet. Meanwhile, lightning shot out from that extended arm, corroding his body and gradually erasing his life force. The first divine envoy, the #1 great emperor of the 5 borders, was clearly powerless against 2 great emperors. Break for me. Tao Master Taishan stood in the air, and the Taoist rhymes around him formed thousands of divine shadows. Divine sounds that could penetrate one's soul resounded. Auspicious clouds and divine light intersected, and then the heaven-sealing divine seal was enveloped in layers. The divine seal roared as if it was about to break free. It let out a piercing sound of sorrow. However, in front of an ancient expert, it dimmed in an instant and was annihilated by the endless Taoist patterns. Poof! Blood spurted out from the corner of Dugayunjin's mouth, and the despair in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Ling Shao looked up at the void. His eyes were extremely calm, but he was more or less confused. It seemed that the outcome was already decided. However, what Dugayunjin asked Tao Master Taishan just now made him fall into deep thought. He already knew that the 8 great emperors of the Heavenly Secrets sect weren't killed by the Tao Master. At first, Ling Shao thought that no one in this world could do it except the Divine Master. But now it seemed that he was wrong. With the master-servant relationship between the Divine Master and Dugayunjin, it was impossible for him to kill the great emperors of the Heavenly Secret sect. Moreover, Dugayunjin was now in a desperate situation. If the Divine Master was here, he would have saved him. But no, who killed the subordinates of the Heavenly Secrets sect master and gave Ling Shao a big surprise. Given Dugayunjin's temperament, he definitely wouldn't have summoned the 8 great emperors to die. In other words, the cultivation of the 8 great emperors shouldn't be too weak. But they were still killed inexplicably, and even Dugayunjin didn't know who did it. What did this mean? It meant that the 8 great emperors died together, and they didn't have time to send a message. Suddenly, Ling Shao felt a trace of surprise in his heart. With such cultivation, could there be another venerable hidden in the Shenzhou? Cough, cough, Lord Ling Shao. Excuse me, great demon, when Ryu was lying at the bottom of the sea below Ling Zhao's feet. His bones were all broken, and even his spirit was severely injured. Senior One. Ling Shao lowered his head and looked at the pale and weak great demon. A sinister look flashed in his eyes. Young master, can I ask you for a favor? When Ryu gasped for breath, and even speaking took a lot of effort. Senior, please speak. Ling Shao nodded indifferently, but he already guessed what Ryu wanted to say. What kind of bad intentions could a 300-year-old bootlicker have? It was nothing more than a parting of 3 lifetimes, like a painting, snow mountain, and green clothes, unforgettable. But, Great Demon Senior, is it appropriate for you to confess your feelings to my lady in front of me? I have a zither song that I want to play for Lady Yi, but it seems that I won't have the chance, cough, cough. When Ryu's expression was lonely, and the corners of his mouth were full of bitterness, a man and a zither business, bearing the name of a demon for 300 years. In this world, I'm lucky to have snow on the mountain, and I'll grow old with you. Okay, but without waiting for the great demon to finish speaking, Ling Shao had already nodded his head happily. When Ryu was stunned, he raised his head and looked at Ling Shao. His mouth trembled for a long time, and he didn't know what to say. Was it that straightforward? Although Lady Yi and I were old friends, she is now your sweetheart. I thought you would hesitate, and in the end you reluctantly agreed because I was about to die. How come it's fine? Besides, I haven't finished speaking yet. Senior, you don't have to say anything. I'll see for myself. Ling Shao smiled gently. A black moon suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his soul power was vast. In an instant, the world became colorless, and everything became empty. Chapter 821. Vast soul power pierced through the air and into Ryu's eyes. In a flash, the great demon spirit was swallowed into Ling Zhao's soul sea. At this moment, when Ruyu was already at the end of her life and was on the verge of death. Moreover, Ling Zhao's spirit was already the strongest in the Shengzhou, and when Ruyu was no match for him. Where is this? When Ryu was at a loss as he looked at the black soul palace in front of him that pierced into the clouds. His eyes flashed with surprise. Senior, Ling Zhao's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the soul palace, his expression indifferent. Lord Ling Zhao, you, great demon senior, you can go in peace. I will play your soul song for Qingchan. However, since I helped you fulfill your wish, shouldn't you pay a price? Price? I can teach you the Guqin song. When Ruyu frowned slightly, for some reason he felt that the Ling Zhao in front of him was different from the peerless young master he knew before. No need to trouble yourself. I'll do it myself. Demonic intent suddenly swirled in Ling Zhao's eyes. Above his head, the grand primordium divine talisman bloomed with a dazzling demonic light, like the nether river descending from the sky and pouring into the world. Even before when Ryu could react, he felt a devouring force surging in from all directions, completely refining his spirit into nothingness. At the last moment before his death, when Ryu's eyes flashed with horror, he stared blankly at the gentle smile on the black-clothed youth's face, and only endless coldness remained in his heart. Inexplicably, he felt that everything in front of him was illusory, like a dream, like dew, like fog. It felt unreal, as if it was a dream. The dazzling soul light flashed, but Ling Zhao's spirit could not advance any further. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, the strongest in the Shengzhou was no stronger than a divine emperor. At this moment, the Guqin demon's memories surged like a tide. He became famous at a young age and obtained a soul technique. They were regarded as evil by countless people, and only when Ryu knew that they were only coveting the soul cultivation method in his possession. Forget the opportunity. This technique was a zither song, but it was also a peerless technique, using the zither to enter the soul, using the soul as the sound, killing people without leaving a trace. 300 years ago, when Ryu's soul technique had been perfected, by chance, she had met Yi Qingchan, who was looking for traces of the sky demon. Luckily, she had managed to escape with her life. From then on, a bootlicker began 300 years of cultivation and improvement. Even though the saber demon had fallen, he had not truly awakened. The so-called seclusion was more like a helpless act, wanting to cultivate the immortal Tao, but straying onto the demonic path. He was supposed to travel the world freely, but in the end, all he saw was emptiness and was trapped in love for 100 years. In the end, he was neither an immortal nor a devil. Desolate for a lifetime, lovesick for half a lifetime. Forgot my phone? Good name. In Ling Zhao's eyes, soul might suddenly flourished and was annihilated. He lowered his head to look at Wenryu's corpse and put the Qingxiao zither into his bag. Originally, he was worried that he would lack a girl who could play the zither by his side, to the extent that he even lost some of his interest in drinking wine. Now that he had the zither devil's memories, the only thing he lacked was a girl who could cultivate her divine soul. In the void above, the heavenly law was destroyed. Layers upon layers of spatial cracks rose and fell one after another, not stopping for even a moment. At this moment, half of Dugu Yunjin's body had been shattered. Blood spilled out and scattered with the waves. On the other hand, Sect Master Taishuan's aura was a little weak, but there were no injuries on his body. As he waved his hands, endless light turned into miracles. Ling Xiao frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. Now he had uncovered the identities of the Divine Master and Dugu Yunjin. The Heavenly Secret sect probably set up the outstanding beauty list to search for geniuses of the heavenly law for the Divine Master. But at the same time, a new fog came to him. How did the Divine Master take that step? Who was Ziyan? Also, back then, he did not know Duga Yunjin's identity at all. Since this person appeared in the eastern border, how could he not know Yi Qingchan's name? Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion came from the sky. Then Duga Yunjin's figure fell from the sky and fell into the sea. At this moment, all the bones in his body had been shattered. Every inch of his skin was corroded by thunder and turned into an array, destroying his vitality and suppressing his spiritual power. Even his divine soul could not leave the soul sea. He could only let the origin of thunder slowly destroy every inch of his body and divine soul. Lord! Sect Master Taishan descended from the sky and handed the sky-sealing divine seal to Ling Xiao with both hands. Yes, Ling Xiao nodded indifferently and kept the divine seal. He walked to Duga Yunjin's side and lightly stepped on his head. I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer me, I'll give you a quick death. Ling Xiao, you will disappear from the Shenzhou land with the Ling people in the end. The sacred sect will not let you go. Blood kept dripping from the corner of Duga Yunjin's mouth, but there was no panic on his face. Instead, he was strangely calm. You don't have to worry about whether I disappear or not. Tell me, why did you help the Divine Master collect all the geniuses of the Tao all these years? Ling Xiao gently stepped on Duga Yunjin's head and pressed it into the ground. However, at this moment, a look of surprise flashed across Zi Yan's face. Dugu Yenpi's body was sealed with her strongest thunder origin seal. This strand of thunder origin seal was her true natal divine ability. Even a demon god emperor would be destroyed in body and soul if he touched it, not to mention a human youth. But it was very strange that Zi Yan felt a chill in her heart. Only now did she realize that she seemed to have underestimated this black-robed youth. Originally, Zi Yan only thought that he was good at scheming and never missed anything. Although she did not know why sect Master Taishan was willing to be his servant, it was definitely not because of his strength. However, at this moment, looking at the gentle-looking youth who raised his foot and stepped on Duga Yunjin, Zi Yan felt that she was wrong, very wrong. Not only was this youth scheming, but his strength had also reached an unimaginable level. How could it be? Miss was talented and had taken more than 20 years to reach the God-Emperor realm in the upper world, where the spiritual aura was at its peak. If she had not been harmed by a villain and ended up in the holy state, how could she be trapped in the Venerate realm? However, this Ling Xiao did not look like he was more than 18 or 19 years old. How did he do it? What is it? Ha ha ha. Dugu Yunjin sneered sinisterly. So what if you're shockingly talented and have peerless talent? You will all die. Everyone will die. At that time, you will understand what it means to become nothing. You are collecting geniuses of the Tao for the Divine Master to cultivate, right? Ling Xiao's lips suddenly curled into a smile, while Duga Yunjin and Zi Yan's expressions froze almost at the same time. Seeing the expression on the first god's emissary's face, Ling Xiao's guess was finally confirmed. However, how did this demon who had deceived the world reach the Venerate realm and kill Yi Qingchan? One had to know that even powerful ancient experts like Xiong Huan and sect Master Taishan were suppressed by the heavenly Tao and their cultivation fell. Divine Master? The Saint sect was just a small force that the Foliaceae had casually arranged in this world. What was a Divine Master? Chapter 8:22. She's back. She's back. Ha 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 ha. Retribution. It's all retribution. Dugu Yunming laughed crazily. As he laughed, his eyes were filled with sadness. A crushing defeat. A crushing defeat. The path to immortality had always been a magnificent one. All races would do anything to pursue the immortal path. It had been so since ancient times. But in the end, the heavenly Tao was reincarnated. Some people were destined to stand on the other side of the world from the moment they were born. Most people were just a current in the great Tao Milky Way. Even if they surged and dazzled for a moment, they would only be like a bright star flashing and gradually fade away. It was just a storm, a dream that would disappear in the blink of an eye. She's back. Zi Yan's brows furrowed slightly. Her lightning-like eyes were similarly filled with shock. Even the gaze she used to look at Ling Xiao was filled with indescribable doubt. Could it be that the Shi Yinming was talking about was the young mistress? Retribution? It seems like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Ling Xiao's lips curled up into a smile. His eyes were clear, but there was a faint trace of demonic intent circulating around his body. An ancient and terrifying aura started to boil in the world. Wherever Ling Xiao's gaze landed, endless demonic intent transformed into demonic runes that devoured light and suppressed Taoist rhymes. A terrifying demonic figure appeared, as if it was stepping on heaven and earth. It stood in the void, suppressing the immortals and gods. The expressions on Yunjin and Zi Yan's faces froze again. The two of them stared angrily with their mouths wide open. They didn't say anything for a long time. The world was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The layers of waves receded, and the sun and moon sank together. Only Ling Xiao remained calm. The last trace of doubt in his heart had completely disappeared. The Divine Master's aura was indeed related to the Sky Demon. At this moment, Yunjin's eyes weren't filled with fear and despair when he saw the Sky Demon. Instead, they were filled with disbelief and shock. This expression meant that he had seen the Sky Demon's aura before. The Divine Master's identity was most likely the one that Liang Yi had mentioned who had obtained the demon bone. Ling Xiao still didn't know why he couldn't see through Yunjin's holy physique when he first met him. However, from what Lord Taishan said, Ling Xiao knew that the lord of the Tianji clan would disappear for a period of time every 100 years. It was most likely related to this. Was he trying to escape the heavenly Tao's reincarnation by dispersing his cultivation and shattering his saintly body? One last question. Who killed Yi Qingchan? How could that be? How did you? Yunjin's mind trembled. His eyes were blank, as if the faith in his heart had been shattered. At this time, his face was already extremely pale, and even his body seemed to have a trace of death aura. At this moment, he was no longer the high and mighty first oracle of the saint. He was just an old man with a broken Taoist heart. Fear, helplessness, and absurdity filled their eyes. On the other hand, a look of caution gradually appeared on Zi Yan's face. She held a jade talisman tightly in her jade-like hand, and she quietly moved further away from sect Lord Taishan. A sky demon. Another sky demon had appeared in the Xingzhou. How could that be? Originally, Ziyan thought that Ling Xiao would not kill her so easily. Instead, he would shift the blame to her to escape the punishment of the saint. But now, it seemed that she was overthinking it. The sky demon was not tolerated by the 9 heavens. Even in the Azure world, it was an absolute taboo. How could he easily expose such a secret to an outsider? And given Ling Xiao's temperament, since he did so, it was likely that he had the intention to kill. Oracle Dugo? Ling Xiao lifted his foot and lifted Yunjin's head. His demonic eyes were piercingly cold. Impossible. Die for me. Die. All of you. Be careful, my lord. Sect. Lord Taishan shouted softly and pressed his palm down. Endless Tao patterns appeared in the void and finally turned into a clear light divine seal, which smashed towards Yunjin, who suddenly stood up. Puchi. In the latter's current state, it was impossible for him to withstand sect Lord Taishuan's furious attack. Therefore, when the ancient seal smashed down, the body and soul of the Xingzhou's #1 great emperor were shattered at the same time. A strong smell of blood spread, and thousands of soul lights rose. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. The demonic blade in his hand suddenly stabbed down and swallowed the endless blood qi. At the same time, there seemed to be a demonic sun floating in Ling Xiao's eyes. There were thousands of strands of demonic light, which evolved into the shape of an ancient talisman. The world suddenly darkened for an instant, and the thousands of soul lights were annihilated. However, at that moment, lightning suddenly bloomed outside Ziyan's body. She waved her hand gently and countless thunder patterns appeared out of nowhere, turning into a 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon that bit towards Ling Xiao. "My lord!" Sect Lord Taishuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. However, there was no trace of panic on Ling Xiao's face. Instead, there was a hint of playfulness. From the moment he exposed his demonic body, he naturally did not want to let Ziyan go. The area within 100 miles of the Ocean Imperial Palace had been sealed by Sect Lord Taishuan's natal Tao power. In other words, even if someone was hiding in the dark, they would definitely not be able to see what was happening inside. No matter who the expert who killed the 8 great divine emperors of the Tianji sect was, once he forcefully broke through the boundary, Sect Lord Taishian would definitely sense it. Buzz! The thunder dragon pierced through the void and almost instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Even Sect Lord Taishian was one step slower when a 9th-grade divine emperor suddenly launched a sneak attack. Of course, Ziyan did not only want to kill Ling Xiao, but also to attract Sect Lord Taishuan's attention. Therefore, she turned around and charged towards the clear boundary without hesitation. With Ziyan's talent in array formation, it was naturally easier for her to break through such a seal boundary than others. Even so, this collision still caused the spiritual power around her to dissipate and her mind to tremble. Boom! Endless thunder fell like the entire Milky Way from the sky, instantly swallowing Ling Xiao's figure. Sect Lord Taishuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a strong sense of uneasiness suddenly appeared in his heart. He guessed that Ziyan would launch a sneak attack. But shouldn't she be the one to launch a sneak attack? Therefore, as long as he was seriously injured, Ling Xiao would not be a threat to her at all. At least, that should be the case from Ziyan's point of view. However, just as Sect Lord Taishuan's figure appeared and suppressed the thousands of lightning bolts, his eyes quietly narrowed. At this moment, he saw that the ground where the lightning bolts fell collapsed, forming a terrifying abyss. However, above the abyss, a black-robed figure stood in the air with a gentle smile. Just now, Ling Xiao hadn't hesitated at all, and he'd hidden himself within a region, with the thunder covering him. Even Sect Lord Taishian did not notice any clues. My lord! Even with Sect Lord Taishuan's temperament, there was a hint of shock in his eyes as he looked at the calm young man. Although he knew that Ling Xiao's identity was terrifying and his methods were heaven-defying, even he had to be careful when dealing with Ziyan's attack just now. How did his lord avoid being locked on by a 9th-grade divine emperor's divine consciousness? Even his robes were not stained by a speck of dust? Zi Huang, you did not disappoint me. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the graceful figure who was constantly smashing the boundary. His tone was calm as he spoke. How could a villain have so many morals to speak of? Unscrupulous, this woman was becoming more and more admirable. You! Ziyan turned her head in a daze, and her pretty face suddenly turned pale. Especially at this moment, the gentle smile at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth made her, a 9th-grade divine emperor, feel a chill down her spine. Chapter 823. Ling Xiao, there is no enmity between us. Why do we have to fight to the death? This is the Ocean Emperor Palace. Even if the Divine Master investigates, he will kill me first. If you let me go, I can take the blame for you. Ziyan's eyes trembled. It was as if there was a lake in her eyes that suddenly rippled. Especially at this moment, Tao Master Taishian was not in front of Ling Xiao, but above him. What did this mean? It meant that Tao Master Taishian had not blocked her attack for her. In an instant, Ziyan felt a chill in her heart. There was an indescribable fear. Was the body of the heavenly demon so terrifying? Oh, take the blame for me? Ling Xiao shook his head and chuckled. His expression gradually turned cold. What is the relationship between Zi Yan and the sacred sect? Ling Xiao had some guesses from Zi Yan and Duge Yinjin's conversation just now. It was obvious that the new Sea tribe emperor also hated the Saint Church. Thinking of how the Divine Master had slaughtered the 9 Netherworld Phoenix clan, Zi Yan probably also carried a blood feud. So, she used an extremely violent method to unify the Sea region, but in fact to fight against the sacred sect? This kind of scheming and courage was indeed an overlord. But at the same time, such a person would never submit to others. Therefore, Zi Yan could not live. I have a blood feud with the sacred sect. As long as you and I join forces, the sacred sect can be destroyed. Otherwise, even if you have the Sky Demon's body, under the rules of the Shenzhou state, you will not be Zhou Yandao's opponent. Zi Yan's pretty face gradually calmed down. She was peerlessly beautiful and enchanting. At this moment, she even wanted to disturb Ling Xiao's mind. There was a hint of charm in her eyes. Oh, the rules of the Shenzhou state? How did Zhou Yandao reach the venerable realm? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, but there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Even if Zi Yan's looks were enough to cause all living things to go crazy, in Ling Xiao's eyes, women could only be divided into whether they were useful or useless. Zhou Yandao did not reach the venerable realm. Zi Yan's face suddenly flashed with vicissitudes. She shook her head slightly. What? He hadn't stepped into the venerable realm? Suddenly, the confusion in Ling Xiao's heart grew stronger. How was he able to kill Yi Qingchan without stepping into the exalted realm? Or was Yi Qingchan really not killed by him? The Yuan Venerate realm is actually an excuse for the Shenzhou continent. Due to the shackles of the heavenly Tao, no one in the Shenzhou continent can reach the Yuan Venerate realm. Hence, the Yuan Venerate realm was created. Back then, Zhou Yandao's strength was at most in the Yuan Venerate realm. Zi Yan sighed quietly, while Ling Xiao looked at sect Lord Taishian with some confusion. The latter nodded gently. The Yuan Venerate realm is rather special. It requires one to transform one's spirit into Yuan, communicate with the heavenly Tao, and borrow the power of the heavenly Tao to temper one's body. This realm is called Yuan. Only by integrating this wisp of heavenly Tao into one's body can one truly be called a venerate. Of course, even in the higher realms, stepping into the supreme realm is still extremely dangerous, even more so than the lightning tribulation. The power of heaven and earth is vast and boundless to begin with, so for a human body to support the heavens, it is easier said than done. That is why many people stop below the supreme realm, yet are still a bit more powerful than divine emperors. I see. Ling Xiao nodded, seemingly enlightened. The shackles of the Shenzhou were guided by the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao of this realm was sealed, wouldn't it mean that the possibility of people stepping into the supreme realm would be completely cut off? It turned out that the so-called divine emperors who dominated the world were just a joke. The supreme realm was the true beginning of controlling the power of heaven and earth. But now it's hard to say, seeing Ling Xiao ponder. Zi Yan's lips curled into a charming smile. The so-called negotiation was, of course, to put pressure on the other party and prove one's worth. Only then could one plan to cooperate. Everyone in the Xingzhou knew about Zhou Yandao's strength. Even if he was only in the origin realm, he was definitely not someone that sect Lord Taishian and the others could contend against. How many ninth-grade divine emperors were there in the world? Therefore, as long as Ling Xiao wanted Devourer, he would definitely be able to see his value. Hard to say. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He increasingly felt that Zi Yan's identity was not just a demon whose clan had been exterminated by the Divine Master. That's right. That heaven-sealing divine seal is the most precious treasure of the sacred sect. I heard that it already existed before the sacred sect appeared. Zi Yan smiled, her expression becoming more and more confident. And the most terrifying thing about this divine seal is not just its grade. There's another more important reason. It suppresses the true dragon vein of the Shenzhou. The true dragon vein? Ling Xiao nodded slightly. He had already guessed it when he heard the sect lord's words. The divine seal was so powerful that it could suppress an entire world. With the means of the foliaceae, why didn't they merge and refine it? Obviously, there was a reason why no one dared to touch its existence. That's right. That dragon vein is said to be the soul of a true dragon, the ancestral bloodline of the 9 heavens. No one knows who killed it and suppressed it here. Fear flashed across Zi Yan's eyes. As a demon, her fear of a true dragon's bloodline was imaginable. A mere Northern Territory demon emperor with a trace of a dragon vein could suppress an entire territory and achieve eternal fame. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that Hua Hua was the only true dragon in the Xingzhou. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated this world. Back then, before Hua Hua could transform, she could intimidate god emperors at the divine general realm. But how could the people of the Xingzhou know the true terror of a true dragon? Their knowledge was limited, so their fear was naturally one-sided. Only a 9th-grade god emperor like Zi Yan knew what a true dragon's sacred power was. Now, Hua Hua's cultivation was still low, and she had yet to display the power of a true dragon. Once her cultivation reached the peak of the world, the situation of the 9 heavens would definitely change. However, because of this, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with confusion. Zi Yan had the body of a lightning dragon. Although she was a 9th-grade demon emperor, how could she know such a great secret? Even the sect lord of Taishan only knew that the heaven-sealing divine seal was used to suppress the dragon vein. He didn't know that the dragon vein was formed from a true dragon's soul. Interesting, it was getting more and more interesting. Foliaceae might not be able to suppress a true dragon. Could it be that the shackles of this world weren't the methods of the Foliae? Was this the true reason why countless sky demon remains were suppressed in the lower worlds? The layers of fog had never dissipated. But now that Ling Xiao was advancing, he had also removed the first strand of fog. This path to immortality was indeed full of secrets. But when the fog of the 9 heavens dissipated, would the one who appeared be an immortal or a demon? You said that the cultivation of a divine master isn't necessarily limited to the origin realm. What do you mean? Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Half of 100 miles was 90 miles. Now that he had killed the divine envoy and come into contact with the true peak experts of the Xingzhou, he felt that the previous trials were more or less too easy. The heaven-sealing divine seal has suppressed the dragon spirit for thousands of years and has long been tainted with the fortune of a true dragon. But now that it has appeared in Duge Yunjin's hands, it means that the dragon qi on it has already been refined by someone. Zi Yan sighed. This was the reason why she was truly terrified when she first saw the seal. Chapter 824. Dragon qi? Refined by someone? Ling Xiao frowned, quickly understanding the deeper meaning in Zi Yan's words. Since the dragon's soul had been sealed in the central border and sealed in the world, it was definitely not simple. Even a wisp of dragon qi was a heavenly fortune for the experts of the Shenzhou continent. After being sealed for 1,000 years, the dragon qi within the seal could be imagined, but someone had refined it. Duge Yunjin was already dead, and there was no trace of dragon qi on his body. Therefore, the one who had refined the dragon qi was very likely divine, Lord Zhou Yandao. That's right. I suspect that Zhou Yandao has opened the seal and is plotting for the dragon's soul. Zi Yan's expression was grave, and the apprehension in her eyes did not seem fake. This was because she had followed the young miss and had personally witnessed the terror of the dragon's soul. Even with her lightning dragon bloodline, she felt insignificant in front of it. And once Zhou Yandao found a way to devour it, the Xingzhou continent would truly become the world of demons. Of course, Zhou Yandao was just a human, so the chances of him succeeding were minuscule. However, as a villain, He would never bet his life on probability. Plotting for the dragon's soul? Suddenly, a light flashed in Ling Zhao's heart. He seemed to think of something and was somewhat shocked, but he did not know where the shock came from. Who are you? Why do you know so many of the sacred sect's secrets? In the end, Ling Zhao could not figure out where this shock came from. Instead, he looked at Ziyan. This woman had always been treacherous and sinister. Her words could not be completely trusted. Therefore, it was better to kill her and search for her. It's best if you don't know my identity. Just like you said, as long as we have common interests, we can't be considered enemies. Ziyan shook her head, her expression resolute. She had seen Dugu Yunjin's madness just now. Could it be that the young miss had really been reborn? And the sky demon was already an enemy of the world. Once he learned about the young miss, it was inevitable that he would change his mind. After all, compared to a fake divine lord like Zhou Yandao, the young miss mission was to suppress the demons of this world. Oh, but I don't trust you, sect master. Ling Zhao smiled gently, and a trace of killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. Beside him, Sect Lord Taishan took a step forward, bringing with him thousands of great paths as he walked towards Ziyan. Ling Zhao, you'll regret this. Ziyan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as a wisp of disbelief flashed across her pretty face. She couldn't figure it out. She had already analyzed the situation so thoroughly. So why did this young man still want to kill her? Did he really have the confidence to face an origin realm, or even an exalted realm cultivator alone? Buzz. Ziyan clenched her teeth, but she didn't dare to hesitate. She sent out a hand seal, and a resplendent silver light blossomed in the sky. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts converged, and runes surged. In the end, they turned into a seal that slammed down on Lord Taishan. At the same time, a jade talisman flickered with a cold light in his palm. In a single breath, the world fell silent. A strand of coldness silently suffused the air and froze everything. Sensing the bone-piercing chill, Ling Zhao narrowed his eyes and immediately shouted, "Stop! Buzz!" Sect Lord Taishuan's footsteps came to a halt as his body floated in the sky. Ziyan's expression also turned serious as she looked at Ling Zhao in confusion. She clearly didn't understand what this young man was planning. Who exactly are you? What's your relationship with Qingchan? Indeed, the jade talisman in Ziyan's hand just now had given off a near-perfect law of extreme ice. In the entire Xingzhou, Ling Zhao had only seen Yi Qingchan comprehend such a law. Even Qixi had only comprehended the law of ice, which was far less terrifying and profound than this extreme ice. Qingchan? Ziyan's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Ling Zhao in disbelief. With his status as a chosen, it wasn't surprising that he knew of Yi Qingchan's name. Moreover, since he had schemed against great demon Wenruyu, it was impossible that he didn't know of his past. But Qingchan? Was it a somewhat ambiguous rotten smell? Indeed, the jade talisman in her hand was given to her young mistress when she was at her peak as a life-saving trump card. Today, she had first fought Dugu Yunjin and then Sect Lord Taishan. It was already a dead end. Originally, she had hoped to use this talisman to severely injure Sect Lord Taishan, but she didn't expect this young man to call her young mistress. Qingchan? Who exactly are you? Ziyan didn't answer and instead asked a question. Ling Zhao was treacherous and couldn't be trusted rashly. Yi Qingchan is my woman, Ling Zhao said indifferently, but Ziyan's mouth suddenly fell open. It can't be right. Although her young mistress was in her prime and extremely beautiful, she was someone from 300 years ago. Even if she was reborn, how could she fall for an 18 or 19-year-old young man? Besides, Yi Qingchan had an extremely cold personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to comprehend the law of extreme ice. She had always viewed demons as a disaster, so how could she be on good terms with him? Do you recognize this pagoda? Ling Zhao's mind moved, and the ancient glazed pagoda instantly floated in the air and stood above his head. Ancient glazed pagoda. Zi Yan covered her red lips with her jade-like hand, her eyes flashing with excitement and surprise. Young mistress is really back? That's right. Ling Zhao nodded indifferently. From the beginning, he felt that Zi Yan's understanding of the sacred sect was too deep. Even Duge Yunjin probably didn't know such a great secret, but she knew that the heaven-sealing divine seal was suppressing the soul of a true dragon. However, Ling Zhao didn't expect that this demoness was actually Yi Qingchan's servant. So, she should have completely turned evil in the past 300 years? Where is young mistress now? Zi Yan was clearly a little emotional. She had planned for 300 years, and every step she took was hair-raising. It was all to avenge Yi Qingchan. She didn't expect to hear news about young mistress when she was in a desperate situation today. 300 years. She had gone from a simple little demon to stepping over thousands of demon corpses and ascending to the throne of the Sea Emperor. She had no background and no one to rely on. She even had to constantly be on guard against the sacred sect's pursuit. Only Zi Yan knew the bitterness in her heart. When I parted with Qingchan, she should have gone to the central border. She once said that there was something calling her there. I killed Duge Yunjin originally to find out Qingchan's whereabouts. Central border? Young mistress, what is her cultivation now? Zi Yan's face paled, and she instinctively felt a little uneasy. Divine King. What? Zi Yan clenched her teeth, and coldness circulated in her eyes. But in the end, she coldly snorted. Humph. You keep saying that young mistress is your woman? Do you have proof? Proof? What proof do you want? Ling Zhao slightly raised his brows. Zi Yan pondered for a moment before saying, Open your soul sea and let me see your memories. If you are really young mistress's man, then you are my master. I will naturally be loyal to you. If you are not, Chapter 8:25. Why should I open my soul sea? Ling Zhao smiled gently, and his eyes became more and more playful. I'm afraid you don't understand the current situation, do you? If I want to kill you, can you escape? If I use this jade talisman with my full strength, it can withstand a full-strength attack of an exalt. Do you have the confidence to take it? Without you, you can't kill me. Ling Zhao shook his head. Since you want to see it, I'll let you see my soul memories. As soon as he finished speaking, soul light suddenly bloomed in Ling Zhao's eyes, which turned into a soul screen and stood in front of Zi Yan. With Ling Zhao's current soul techniques, not to mention the ancient soul assimilation technique, there were many mysterious techniques recorded in the dark Yin Yama Sutra. Tao Master Taishan tactfully retreated to the side. His master's secret was not something a servant like him could see. However, when she saw the scene in front of her, even Zi Yan's expression changed instantly. Then it turned red like the sunset. She saw that there were some indescribable scenes in the soul screen. Gulp. At this moment, Zi Yan only felt her heartbeat accelerate, and her breathing became rapid. Even her delicate body trembled unconsciously. She actually felt like she was in the scene, and her mouth was indescribably dry. At this moment, the scene in the soul screen changed again. Yi Qingchan stood at the top of the sky, covered in wind and snow. Wherever her gaze landed, heaven and earth would be frozen. She had the charm of the Ice Empress. It's Miss. Zi Yan covered her mouth and exclaimed, a flawless fluorescent light flickering between her brows. At this moment, she finally believed that the young man in front of her was really Mrs. Man. Master. Zi Yan bowed deeply to Ling Zhao. The fragment of the soul screen just now was undoubtedly Ling Zhao's soul memories. Her talent was in the Thunder Dao and Array Dao. There were no array fluctuations in the soul screen in front of her, so it was obviously not an illusion. Moreover, looking at Ling Zhao's calm face, perhaps he really had a way to escape the ice talisman suppression. Open your soul. Ling Zhao's expression was calm. As he looked at Zi Yan's red face, he did not relax in the slightest. No matter how deep her relationship with Yi Qingqian was, without the soul imprint, she could not be relied on. Of course, a rank 9 martial emperor's servant was still extremely valuable. Otherwise, with Ling Zhao's character, he would have killed her long ago. Why would he waste his breath on her? And my lord, I can't afford to lose my identity. If you're willing to submit, open your soul see. Ling Zhao didn't say anything else, but Zi Yan remained silent. With her current strength, it was far from enough to kill a divine master. On the other hand, Ling Zhao's methods and strength were far superior to his own. Moreover, since she was the Taoist companion chosen by the young miss, she naturally had her own intentions. After all, her mistress had returned and was now in danger. She needed Ling Zhao's strength to save her mistress from danger, even if, this time, she had gambled wrongly. At most, she would die. As long as her mistress had a chance to live, she would not let it go. Being born in the dark was not scary. What was scary was living in the dark, but never seeing the light. At this moment, she suddenly understood a phrase recorded in ancient texts. Rather than believing in immortals, it was better to pray to demons. Immortals could kill one person for the sake of all living things, while demons could kill all living things for one person. I hope you can save the young miss. In the end, Zi Yan took a deep breath. The red on her face faded, and she opened her soul sea. A wisp of soul flew out from Ling Zhao's eyes and disappeared into his eyes. Buzz. Zi Yan's expression turned solemn, somewhat lonely. At this moment, she could feel that there was something in her soul sea that could instantly change her mind. Speak. Tell me your background and what happened to the sacred sect 300 years ago. Ling Zhao looked at Zi Yan with an indifferent expression, but his heart was filled with anticipation. Finally, the Xingzhou's secret was about to be revealed. Master, actually, I don't know much about what happened 300 years ago. Back then, my cultivation was weak, and I was just a spirit pet of the young Mississippi. I came from the upper world and was the illegitimate daughter of the Lightning Master, one of the 10 great demon lords of the divine demon region. Later, I was hunted down by my own clan. It was young Miss Qingqian who saved me. Divine demon region? Lightning Master? Ling Zhao raised his eyebrows. That shouldn't be the case. According to this pattern, Zi Yan should be a woman of destiny. How could she have no luck? Was it not tragic enough? At that time, I was severely injured and was taken into the Glaze ancient pagoda to recuperate. Later, the young miss was framed, and I followed her to the lower world. As for what happened 300 years ago, I was cultivating with the help of Dragon Qi in the sacred sect's divine mountain. One day, the young miss came with serious injuries and told me to leave temporarily. However, before I could escape, I saw Zhou Yandao chasing after her from the foot of the mountain and killing her. There was an extremely terrifying demonic aura on his body. This demonic aura, I once saw it in the Glaze ancient pagoda. It was the aura of the sky demon. Zi Yan's eyes were filled with sorrow. It was obvious that she had a deep resentment towards that past. Glaze ancient pagoda? Sealed devil bone? Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly understood something. The 4th floor of the devil pagoda was empty. If that was the case, what was sealed in the pagoda back then should be the remains of a sky demon. However, Yi Qingqian returned with serious injuries? Even if Zhou Yandao had fused with the devil bone, how could he be her match? Who was the one who injured Qingqian? I don't know. The young miss didn't say anything at that time. However, I saw some sadness between her brows. Given the young miss's character, she didn't reveal such an expression even when she was punished to descend to the lower world. However, at that time, Zhou Yandao's cultivation had yet to step into the revered realm. It was impossible for him to be the young miss's match. I guess there must be something hidden behind this. Zi Yin shook her head blankly. Although her cultivation was in the divine emperor realm, she was only a second-stage divine emperor. She couldn't help Yi Qingqian at all. Instead, she would become a burden to her. Therefore, she followed the young Miss's instructions and escaped from the central border. Originally, she thought that the young Miss would be able to eliminate the devil and return the world to its former glory. However, in the end, she received the news that the young Miss had colluded with the devil and was killed. Zi Yin secretly sneaked into the central border. Originally, she wanted to report the truth to the sacred sect and prove the young Miss's innocence. However, she discovered that the so-called devil had become the current divine master of the sacred sect. How ridiculous was that? The divine master who truly saved the world was slandered as a devil. However, that devil who devoured gods openly replaced her identity and sat on the divine throne. Should I say that the people of the world are ignorant or that devil is too cunning? Zi Yin didn't know how he had deceived the people of the world. However, she was originally a demon and had countless connections with Yi Qingqian. Even if she stood out and told the world that the divine master was a devil, how many people would believe her? As expected, but in the entire Xingzhou who could hurt Yi Qingqian? Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Now that the identity of the divine master had been completely revealed, not only did he not feel relieved, he was even more puzzled. Faintly, Ling Xiao felt that there was an even greater conspiracy behind all of this. Master, let's go to the central border now and find the whereabouts of the young Miss. Seeing that Ling Xiao was silent, Ziyan immediately became anxious. What is her identity? Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head and looked into Zi Yan's eyes. He asked in a deep voice. Chapter 8:26. Ling Xiao already knew about Shi-Er's background. She had the body of a dragon girl and was the pet of the creator. However, with Zi Yan's personality, it was impossible for her to teach her disciple and leave her inheritance. Moreover, Zi Yan had threatened him to stay away from Shi. This meant that this girl was very useful to Zi Yan. Shi-Er. Zi Yan's face was filled with doubt. Aren't Master and Miss Dao companions? Why is he still thinking about Shi-Er? Also, you don't even look at me and only think about my disciple? Master, I advise you not to touch Shi-Er. Oh? Why? Ling Xiao smiled gently. How could he not see the doubt in Zi Yan's eyes? At this moment, he was too lazy to explain. Yi Qingqian is her maid, but I didn't say that she is my only woman, because it will leak. Zi Yan pondered for a moment and said softly, Leak. That's right. Master, that dragon's soul may be the only thing in this world that can step into the venerable realm. But with our mortal bodies, we can't bear the dragon's might. But Shi-Er is different. Zi Yan smiled slyly and continued, I've studied the history of the Shenzhou continent and found that there was only one sentence mentioned in the ancient books. 1,000 years ago, this world was dominated by the demon race, and there was a demon dragon that ruled the world. Later, it was killed by an immortal. Since then, there were no records of a true dragon. However, Shi-Er's bloodline has the aura of a true dragon, so I guess she is the descendant of that dragon soul. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and finally understood exactly what Zi Yan was scheming. Using Shi-Er as bait to lure the dragon soul into the world. It was difficult for any demon race, especially those with ancient bloodlines, to give birth to a descendant. Therefore, once a descendant with a pure bloodline appeared, it was always seen as the hope of the race. This was the reason why the demon race's geniuses were so arrogant and looked down on everyone, because they usually had the support of the entire demon race behind them, especially the supreme demon race and the dragon race. This kind of people had an extremely resounding name, which was Long Outyen. Why not call it Outyen Wang, Outyen Tiger, Outyen Dog? Do you understand? Not bad. Zi Yan looked at Ling Xiao meaningfully. When Miss and I descended to this world, we saw that dragon's soul with her. According to Mrs. Estimation, the cultivation of this dragon soul when it was alive might have already transcended the immortal realm. Undying? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. In the Shangzhou continent, the highest level of cultivation was the supreme of heaven and earth. What kind of level was the immortal realm? The immortal realm is the highest realm that can be reached in the current myriad realms. In ancient times, there were still other realms above the immortal realm. However, now no one has been able to step foot into that realm. Ziyan explained. When she saw that Ling Xiao was still confused, she shook her head and smiled. Actually, in the azure sky world, the paragons of heaven and earth are already the peak of the various races. They have become undying beings and have disappeared for tens of millions of years. However, I once heard the young miss mention that the azure sky world lord suppressed the myriad of worlds. His cultivation is definitely above the paragons. I see. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. From the current setting of the Shangzhou continent, after the ancient gods unified the 9 heavens, they must have set up many methods to suppress the myriad of races. As for the so-called immortal realm, it should be the level above the paragons. However, whether this level referred to a single realm or multiple realms, Ling Xiao did not know. So what do you plan to do? If she was really the descendant of that dragon soul and had luck on her, perhaps this heavenly fortune would really fall into her hands in the end. She was the woman of the Son of Heaven, and also the person of Heaven's will. Her background was obviously not strong. It was said that there was a god in this world, but he was later killed. Now that he suddenly had a descendant, what would he do? Of course, he would pass on his divine position and re-establish the rules. Originally, I planned to use the strength of the sea race to surround and kill the divine master. Even if we could not trap and kill him, it would give Shi-Er enough time to merge with the dragon soul. Would you be so kind? Ling Xiao smiled gently, but saw that Ziyan's face was a little embarrassed. I passed on a cultivation technique to Shi-Er, but this cultivation technique is divided into 2 parts. So, Shi-Er merging with the dragon soul is just a wedding dress for you? Once she obtains the dragon soul, you will snatch the dragon soul's power from her and step into the paragon's realm? Ling Xiao suddenly understood. That's right. A villain would do anything for strength. Compared to the fake Phoenix Rouge, Ziyan was undoubtedly the real vicious and merciless one. The so-called master-disciple relationship was just a method she used to make use of I can't defeat the dragon soul and I can't merge with it. However, I can send you a descendant and let her merge with it. Once she succeeds, wouldn't it be much easier for me to merge with her? Even if Shi-Er failed and died, it would not be a loss to Ziyan at all. Ziyan's face turned red, especially when she saw the playful look in Ling Xiao's eyes. She felt an indescribable shame and anger. What can I do? I also don't want to be so cruel. However, the path of immortality is one of mutual deception. Young Miss is very kind, but what is the end result? Shi-Er's cultivation is too low. Even if she merged with the dragon soul, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for her to step into the God-Emperor realm in a short period of time. Give it to me. Before Ziyan could finish speaking, Ling Xiao shook his head and said softly, "Don't worry." He did not care about Ziyan's ruthlessness at all. Previously, he killed her because this woman was too smart. But now, she had already submitted. The more ruthless she was, the more Ling Xiao appreciated her. After all, whether it was Han Qingqiu or Lin Meng, although they had submitted to him, they still had the temperament of a woman of destiny. Even if they had been taught by Ling Xiao to the point that they had turned a little dark, they still had a bottom line in their hearts. There were some things that they could not do. However, Ziyan was different. This woman's cultivation was originally tyrannical, and she was also a villain. She could secretly help Ling Xiao deal with many shady businesses. For example, slaughtering people and exterminating clans. Ziyan could not refuse at all. Of course, with Ling Xiao's talent and means, perhaps the dragon soul would be more useful if he merged with it. Buzz. With a thought from Ziyan, a divine ability suddenly appeared in Ling Zhao's mind. It was called the spirit-devouring demonic art. This cultivation technique is a divine ability from the upper realm. It can devour a person's spiritual energy source. However, there are many restrictions and no one can cultivate it. However, it is a supreme cultivation technique for raising slaves. Ziyan wanted to say something, but stopped. Ling Xiao had already understood the essence of this cultivation technique. In the path of immortality, there would always be a type of people who like to reap without sowing and found another way. These people were mostly known as evil cultivators. This spirit-devouring demonic art was not an offensive technique, nor was it used for defense. Instead, it was an extremely evil dual cultivation technique. The cauldron cultivated the lower part, and the master cultivated the upper part. When the cauldron cultivated to a certain level, the master could use the cultivation technique to seize its spiritual energy to aid his own cultivation. It had to be said that this speed was indeed countless times faster than the people of the righteous Tao. After all, the more cauldrons one had, the more spiritual energy one had. However, Ziyan, you are a woman. How do you plan to seize spiritual energy from Shur? Chapter 8:27. Mas. Master. Looking at the smile on Ling Zhao's face, Ziyan immediately lowered her head and rubbed the corner of her clothes, appearing a little uneasy. Who would have thought that the dignified Sea Region Emperor, Ziyan, who is known for being overbearing and cruel, would actually reveal such a shy attitude? Women, huh? What is your true form? Why can't I sense the dragon clan's bloodline in you? Ling Xiao seemed to have suddenly thought of something and looked at Ziyan curiously. However, a hint of shyness appeared on her pretty face, and a demonic aura suddenly spread around her. Immediately after, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded to see that the Z Emperor, who had dominated the Sea region for 300 years, suddenly turned into a white shadow and jumped into his arms. It was actually a demonic cat with a snow-white body, thin and long fur and golden eyes. There was some thin purple lightning flowing around the demonic cat's body, which was bright and beautiful and added a bit of mystery. So, you have inherited the Thunder Dragon's talent and divine soul, but you are actually a cat? Humph. I am not a cat. My mother's clan is the 9 Lives Lynx. Ziyan clenched her silver teeth, and a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Ling Xiao smiled and gently stroked Ziyan's back. So you have 9 lives? 9 lives is just an excuse. It's just that although my mother's clan is a demon, they are one of the few demons with powerful divine soul talent. Ziyan opened her small mouth, revealing 2 sharp white teeth, which had a kind of childish fierceness. Divine soul talent? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of deep meaning suddenly appeared on his face. No wonder Ziyan, who was a demon, was proficient in the Tao of formations. It turned out that the talent of this clan was in their divine soul. It was also no wonder that, although she did not inherit the Dragon clan's bloodline, she obtained the Thunder Dragon clan's divine soul. Interesting. The reproduction of demons is really ever-changing. Then I will also teach you a cultivation technique. It is a peerless soul song. After saying that, a bright soul light suddenly appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes, and a zither song immediately appeared in Ziyan's soul sea. When Ruyu's Wangji zither song? Thank you, my lord. Ziyan's expression turned cold as joy appeared in her eyes. At this moment, she probably didn't expect that Ling Xiao didn't teach her the soul song just to kill her enemies. He also wanted to liven things up. Sect Master, return to the eastern border first. Tell Yang Yi to get ready and wait for my orders. In the end, Ling Xiao held Ziyan in his arms and turned to look at Sect Master Taishan. Yes, Master. The Lord of Taishan bowed and withdrew the clear realm, disappearing on the spot. On the other hand, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked up at the sea with a calm expression. He had always been waiting for the mysterious expert who had killed the 8 great god emperors of the Heaven's Mystery sect to appear. However, until now, the sea was still calm, and there was not a trace of an expert's aura. After a long while, the figure of the Lord of Taishan reappeared and shook his head slightly at Ling Xiao. "Let's go." Ling Xiao turned around and headed towards the sea god temple. Who could it be? Suddenly, Ling Xiao remembered what Ling Tianlin had said to him before. It seemed that his whereabouts in the past 2 years had never escaped from his father's grasp. Could it be an expert sent by his father? However, killing 8 great god emperors with a wave of his hand. How ridiculous was that? Master? What's wrong? Zi Yan raised her head to look at Ling Xiao, her expression somewhat confused. Just now, the 8 great elders of the Heaven's Mystery sect were killed, but it wasn't my people who killed them. Ling Xiao's indifferent words caused Zi Yan's expression to tremble. It wasn't Master's people? Could it be someone from the Saint sect? I thought it was the Divine Master himself, but it didn't make sense. Forget it. You can follow me from now on. Ling Xiao lowered his head and reached out to pinch Ziyan's pink little nose, smiling gently. With a 9th grade Great Emperor Realm Demon servant following them. Even if the Divine Master himself came, it was impossible for him and Ziyan to not notice at all. At that time, Ling Xiao would only need a breath's time to escape into the realm. Yes, I'm the young lady's spirit pet, and also Master's spirit pet. Of course, I have to follow Master. Zi Yan stretched out her head and rubbed against Ling Xiao's chest. She no longer had her former majesty. It had been 300 years. She suddenly shed her disguise and no longer had to scheme meticulously and be on guard at all times. Ling Xiao's methods, boldness, and even his identity gave her a great shock. This was especially true for his disposition of strategizing and controlling the world. It was indescribably captivating. It turned out that what I liked was never fame or status. I was more suited to be a comfortable little pet. Where did you hide, Sheer? At the shore of the sea. Master, I'll bring you there later. In the past 300 years, you've plundered many of the sea race's spirit treasures, right? Hee, they're all Masters. A day passed in the blink of an eye. During this day, Ling Xiao did not conceal his whereabouts. His goal was still to lure that mysterious person out. However, even after he finished plundering the sea race's resources and arrived at the shore of southern border, nothing happened. Master, young Master. In front of the ancient forest, the layers of runes changed and finally disappeared. At this moment, in Lin Shen's forest, a blue-clothed figure was cultivating with her eyes closed. When she felt the sudden fluctuations in the world, she opened her eyes and looked outside the forest with a vigilant expression. In the next instant, a hint of surprise and excitement flashed across her beautiful face. Why are you here? Young Master, leave quickly. My master will kill you. Leave quickly. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Ziyan's face sank. She jumped out of Ling Xiao's arms, transformed into her human form, and stood in front of Sheer. Burp. Sheer's face froze. Her mouth opened slightly, and she was stunned on the spot. What did I just see? Master's original body is a cute kitten? Also, was she nestled in young Master's arms just now? Master, how can you do this? Little traitor. Zi Yan was somewhat embarrassed, although she had been using from the beginning. However, her actions just now were too intimate. With Shi-Er's relationship with Ling Xiao, the current her was akin to cat that stole stars. Master, in the future, I will not care about you and Ling Xiao. Young Master's matters. Zi Yan snorted coldly, turned around and walked to the side. As for she could not suppress the excitement in her heart. She covered her red lips with both hands, and tears gradually surged in her eyes. In the past few days, she had been thinking about Ling Xiao all the time. Although this kind of thinking was somewhat inexplicable, she missed him very much. In the future, you will follow me. Ling Xiao smiled gently, but she only nodded with all her might. Tears flowed down her jade-like hands. Dense water vapor filled the air. Several zhang around there was actually water vapor rising. Good heavens! As expected of the daughter of destiny who comprehended the law of water. There was so much water. Beep. The daughter of destiny's feelings have entered her heart. She is willing to submit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 luck points and 10,000 villain points. Beep. The daughter of destiny has submitted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional reward. Fate forging value, 2%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 7th grade medicinal pill. Heavenly Spirit Heart Condensing Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an 8th grade spiritual talisman, Heaven Sealing Talisman. Hearing the notification from the system, the last trace of hesitation in Ling Xiao's eyes disappeared. Sometimes when there was an appropriate separation, not only would it not affect feelings, but it would also make them deeper and more reliable. Lovesickness entered the bones, and it was difficult to forget. Leaving was the scenery. Ziyan. Ling Xiao turned to look at Ziyan. A trace of embarrassment flashed across the latter's face. But in the end, she returned to her original body under Ling Xiao's playful gaze and was held in his arms. Let's go. Chapter 828. Within the realm, Ling Xiao descended from the sky. At this moment, the entire realm was still filled with the sound of thunder. The world was dark, and endless tribulation, lightning fell from the sky. It was like the end of the world. This Orashir's face turned pale. Even Ziyan's eyes were filled with surprise. This is my faction, but they are all busy cultivating and breaking through. This lake is full of spirit energy. You can cultivate here. Ling Xiao smiled warmly as he looked at the large lake beneath him. Thank you, young master. Here are some pills and spirit treasures, and this desolate heaven ancient tablet. Cultivate in peace, and call me if you need anything. Desolate heaven ancient tablet. Er's eyes narrowed, but she didn't say anything in the end. Since the tablet had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands, it meant that Qingyu was most likely dead. Humph, he deserved it. Let's go. Follow me to do something. Ling Xiao turned and headed towards the Sky Palace. Although Xi'er had submitted, she still didn't know the secret of his demon body. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't plan to let her know before she merged with the dragon soul, in case there were any unforeseen circumstances. Her brother was a saint, so what bad intentions could he have? But if her brother was the sky demon, with the dragon soul in hand, you can do whatever you want. In front of the Sky Palace, Ling Xiao hugged Ziyan and looked at the tall and burly demonic figure in front of him. At this moment, he could feel that the last trace of consciousness in the soul-sucking ghost pearl had been cut off. It was obvious that Xiong Huan had completely merged with it. At a certain moment, endless demonic clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Demonic runes spread out in all directions, and a terrifying and deep demonic intent permeated the world, intimidating everyone. At this moment, Xiong Huan's eyes suddenly opened. A terrifying soul aura suppressed the sky, and Xiong Huan's aura reached the level of a 9th grade divine emperor. Greetings, master. Xiong Huan bowed deeply towards Ling Xiao. He was originally an expert who stood at the top of the world, although he had lost his vitality and his cultivation was no longer there. It was obvious that as long as he was given time, he would definitely return to his peak and suppress the world. Not bad. Ling Xiao nodded calmly, but his expression was somewhat serious. Xiong Huan, what's the realm above the immortal realm? Undying. Xiong Huan was stunned. Then he sighed softly and said, My lord, originally there were no immortal realm experts in our era. According to my guess, It should be the four great ancient gods who re-established the order of the heavenly Tao and restricted the cultivation of the myriad of worlds. However, it's best that my lord doesn't know about this for the time being, because they will sense your existence. You sensed my presence? Ling Xiao frowned and nodded silently. The four great ancient gods were omnipotent. By chanting their true names, one could obtain the power of wish. In other words, Ling Xiao's identity was special. Even now, the strongest of the immortal race might still know of his existence. However, the 9 heavens were vast and boundless. Perhaps they would not be able to find Ling Xiao's location in a short period of time. However, if Ling Xiao were to touch some of the restrictions, he might attract endless trouble. For example, chanting his true name or generating murderous intent towards him. The will of the sky demon contained the power of the heavenly Tao. This thing was ethereal, but no one knew if the ancient gods could see through it. All right, Xiao Bo. In the end, Ling Xiao nodded and did not say anything else. My lord. Xiao Bo's figure descended from the sky and stood in front of Ling Xiao. He patted his robes with both hands and bowed deeply. My lord, is this your new spirit pet? What a cute kitten. Such a kitten must be very soft to hold in your arms, right? This kitten of yours is very obedient. I have seen a kitten beside young Lady Qing Chan before. That kitten is really very wild, unlike my lord's kitten. You don't say. These two little things look quite similar. As he spoke, Xiao Bo's expression gradually became sluggish. At this moment, he saw Ling Xiao's lips curl into a playful smile. Oh no, it was a feeling of uneasiness. You are that pervert from the Xiao clan? You actually didn't die. At this moment, a trace of doubt also appeared in Zi Yan's golden eyes. She turned and shouted coldly. Xiao Bo's body trembled, especially when he sensed the terrifying emperor's power surging around Zi Yan. His fat face almost instantly froze. It's you. You are that chinchilla. Back then, Yi Qingchan had been sent down to the lower realm because Xiao Bo had mysteriously disappeared and was framed. At that time, Yi Qingchan had saved Ziyan and placed her in the Glaze ancient pagoda to recover from her injuries. Although she had only met Xiao Bo once, she had heard her young miss mention his origins. She just did not expect that bastard to still be alive. A human suppressed in the Glaze ancient pagoda for 300 years, but his appearance did not change at all? Of course. At this moment, Xiao Bo was undoubtedly even more shocked. At that time, Ziyan had been seriously injured, and her cultivation had fallen several levels lower than his. But in the blink of an eye, this chinchilla's cultivation had reached the 9th stage of the God Emperor realm. Xiao Bo could understand that with Ziyan's bloodline talent, as long as she did not die and cultivated step by step, she would be able to reach that level sooner or later. But he was still panicking. Extremely panicked. All right, Ziyan, you are skilled in formations. See if you can change the order of time in this realm. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head, his expression suddenly turning serious. Change time? Master, aren't you thinking too highly of me? Although some experts in the past could seal time with a thought, I am just a God Emperor. But I'm just a God Emperor. If I had that ability, would I have fallen to such a state? Xiao Bo has comprehended the Tao of time. Ling Xiao's indifferent words caused Zi Yan to be slightly stunned. The Tao of time? This bastard actually had such talent? No wonder he could last so long in the Glaze ancient pagoda. It turned out that he had comprehended the most profound Tao of time among the 3,000 great Taoists. If that was the case, things would be easier. As long as she enveloped this realm with a formation and placed this bastard as the eye of the formation, she might be able to change the laws and slow down the flow of time. All right, I will try my best. Ziyan, Xiao Bo is now mine. As if seeing the sinister look in Ziyan's eyes, Ling Xiao reminded her softly. Ling Xiao had seen this woman's ruthlessness before. Moreover, she had enmity with despicable Xiao to begin with. She was afraid that this fellow would suffer some hardships later. Master, I suddenly remembered that I ate something bad last night. My entire body is sore and weak. Why don't... Xiao Bo swallowed hard. Seeing the mockery in Ziyan's eyes, he felt a chill rise from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Xiao Bo, since you have comprehended the Tao of time, have you noticed anything strange about the Xingzhou's time? Is it the same in the Azure world? Ling Xiao ignored him and looked into the distance with a frown. If the Xingzhou's time was really sealed by someone, it must be filled with an even greater conspiracy. However, he couldn't figure out how a mere desolate land in the lower realm could threaten those high and mighty immortals and ancient gods. Or could it be that this conspiracy was simply targeted at him? Chapter 829. Time? Strange? Xiao Poli's eyes revealed a hint of confusion, but Ling Xiao only shook his head and sighed softly. Set up the array formation. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and stepped toward the ancient forest where Meng Yuan was. Just now, when Sect Master Taishan and Duge Yinjin were fighting, he felt that Meng Yuan's aura had changed. It was obvious that the seal on her body had been broken, and in the end, when Duge Yinjin was severely injured, Ling Xiao opened the realm passage and deliberately let Meng Yuan witness the fall of the first divine emissary. As for the conversation between him and Ziyan, he did not hide it at all. After all, the saintess of the sacred sect was now a turtle in a jar. If he did not have enough confidence, Ling Xiao would never let her out. No matter how many secrets she knew, if she could not walk out of the realm, she could only be a canary for others to entertain. However, just as Ling Xiao's figure appeared in front of the ancient forest, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed something in his heart and lifted his foot to walk toward the ancient Lin Shan. However, in the spirit spring in Lin Shan's eye, there was a green carp nestled under the withered leaves. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile suddenly bloomed on his face. Finally, under his tireless efforts, this realm had begun to nurture life. Especially at this moment, the yin and yang qi circulating around the green carp's body made Ling Xiao have some inexplicable guesses in his heart. When the spirit qi of heaven and earth was at its peak, there would naturally be living beings born. Such living beings were nurtured by heaven and earth, and were different from the reproduction of all living beings. They were true spiritual beings of the great Tao. Green carp, I hope you won't disappoint me. Ling Xiao reached out and took out a 6th grade pill from the universe ring. He gently crushed it and threw it into the puddle. The green carp immediately darted out from under the withered leaves and swallowed all the spirit chi of the pill before sinking to the bottom of the water and disappearing. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao smiled and turned to leave. Although the carp's body was spiritual, all living beings had to go through trials and tribulations to grow. Excessive care would instead reduce its providence. The fish had just been born, so its vitality was weak and its Taoist rhyme was unstable. If Ling Xiao interfered too much, it would affect its fate. In the ancient forest, Ling Xiao stopped and looked at the figure sitting cross-legged in the distance with a calm expression. At that moment, the demonic golden light on Meng Yuan's body had completely dissipated. Instead, boundless demonic qi spread out and enveloped the entire area. However, the grief, indignation, and despair on his face had long since vanished. What was left was a wisp of extreme iciness and indifference. This was especially true for her pair of furry ears and the snow-white long tail behind her, which gave her an inexplicable sense of devilish charm. The Fox clan had a human body. Clearly, Meng Yuan was the offspring of a human and a demon. Unlike Bai Zishi, Meng Yuan did not need to transform. Her body was a human, but some parts of her body were no different from those of the Fox clan. However, the more she was like this, the more she exuded a different kind of charm. In the eastern border, although there were several fox clans, the only truly powerful one was the Qingqiu clan. It was said that the ancestor of this clan was a 9-tailed spirit fox with a noble bloodline and was a primordial demon. Meanwhile, Baizhishi's bloodline had undergone atavism and awakened the 9-tailed tribe's strongest talent, the Space Dao Law. She became the most dazzling demon in the entire eastern border. It was no wonder that Meng Yuan's Taoist heart was miraculous. It was said that the Fox clan was born intelligent and scheming, while the human clan was known as the most cunning clan of all. The offspring of these two clans would naturally be scheming. However, thinking of the Divine Master's attitude toward Meng Yuan, could she really be the child of the Divine Master and a Fox clan woman? Who could it be? Previously, Ling Xiao had heard from his mother that the 9-tailed tribe's first princess, Baizhiro, was the Divine Master's servant. She had committed a mistake and was banished. Calculating the time, it had been 300 years. It was in line with what Meng Yuan had said before. The Divine Master had spent hundreds of years refining her divine body. However, if she was Meng Yuan's mother, why would Zhou Yendao trap her in Qingqiu? What was the secret behind this? I know you're awake, Ling Xiao said coldly as he walked over to Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan's expression did not change at all when she heard this. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of pink pupils. Seeing this pair of eyes, a cute and playful face unconsciously appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. Baizhishi, as expected? Now, it seemed that all the answers lay with that 9-tailed tribe's first princess. Previously, Ling Xiao had thought of heading to the northern border to find this first princess and ask about the situation. However, his strength was not yet at the level where he could contend against a divine master. Even his faction might not be a match for the Fey emperors of the northern border. Furthermore, although the northern border had the 3 emperors and 10 kings, they had always been united, unlike the Sea race. They seemed to submit to Zi Yan on the surface, but all had their own schemes. The northern border's Fey race followed the 3 emperors, advancing and retreating together. However, it was unknown what method Zhou Yendao had used to suppress this Fey domain. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Ling Xiao had never rashly appeared in the northern border. However, now that Ziyan had submitted to him and Xiong Huan had become a rank 9 martial emperor, he had the confidence to sweep through the northern border. You heard what Duge Yunjin said earlier, right? Tell me, what do you think? Ling Xiao suddenly extended his hand and pinched Meng Yuan's fox ears. The young girl's expression instantly froze, and 2 patches of red appeared on her cheeks. At this moment, Meng Yuan felt her heartbeat accelerate, and her breathing became somewhat ragged. However, unlike before, although she felt shy in her heart, she was not as resistant as she had imagined. Even though she now knew the Divine Master's true identity, was there any difference between him and Ling Xiao? This youth was also a demon. Furthermore, his methods were even more cruel and shameless. Humph! Neither of them are good people. Meng Yuan snorted coldly. She turned her head with all her might and struggled to break free from Ling Xiao's grasp. Although I don't know why the Divine Master hid his identity from you, at the very least, I am not as hypocritical as him. Think about it carefully. The sacred church deceived the world and killed the innocent. This was especially true for Zhou Yendao. 300 years ago, he even murdered the true Divine Master and secretly searched for demonic cultivators to cultivate. Shouldn't someone like him be killed? Ling Xiao turned around and walked toward the exit of the ancient forest. I know that you must be very curious about your background. Rest assured, I will help you find your mother. At that time, you will understand how filthy and despicable the light that you believe in is. After saying those words, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. With a thought, the demonic intent that was originally binding Meng Yuan immediately dispersed. His figure gradually disappeared from the ancient forest. Meng Yuan lowered her head and looked at her foxtail. A trace of sorrow gradually appeared in her eyes. She never expected that the path that she had pursued for 20 years would be completely wrong. Although her Tao heart had long been shattered by Ling Xiao, she still felt sorrowful and depressed at this moment. Why? Why did you do this to me? Master, did you really just train me to become a sharp sword in your hand to kill people? Using my demonic body to kill demons and evils? What a vicious heart! What a cruel path! At this moment, the last trace of obsession in Meng Yuan's heart finally dispersed. Ling Xiao! Meng Yuan inexplicably raised her head and looked in the direction that the youth had disappeared. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and slowly turned his head. What's wrong? The Divine Master is in seclusion. Chapter 830. The Divine Master is in seclusion? Then have you seen a girl dressed in green? Ling Xiao frowned slightly and turned to look at Meng Yuan. He did not look surprised at all. Meng Yuan's state of mind, just like her person, was completely broken. The light that she had been pursuing did not seem to be that pure anymore. Based on Meng Yuan's personality, she must be confused and confused. However, there was one thing that was certain. Her faith had collapsed. When a person found out that the things they believed in were fake, they would either die or go completely crazy. Meng Yuan did not die. This meant that she still had an obsession in her heart. Perhaps what she really wanted to do at this moment was not to figure out her background, but to ask her beloved master why he was doing this. Never. Meng Yuan's tone was extremely calm. However, Ling Xiao felt a heavy pressure under her calmness. I got it. I've already removed the devil will from your body. You can cultivate here, or you can walk around. No one will harm you here. Demonic aura spread out in the sky above the ancient forest. Ling Xiao's figure had already disappeared. He had already guessed Meng Yuan's background. What he needed to do now was to head to the northern border and find the first princess of the nine-tailed clan by Jiro. He needed to figure out her relationship with the Divine Master and kill the second Divine Envoy. The Divine Master was in seclusion. If he was not breaking through, he would be seriously injured. As a villain, Ling Xiao would not rely on luck. Therefore, he would just treat it as if he was breaking through. What Ling Xiao needed to do next was to remove the sacred sex wings as soon as possible. Then he would find a way to instigate the northern border demon sovereigns to work for him. Of course, if Yi Qingchan could awaken her memories, it would be best if she could reveal the Divine Master's true identity. When the Divine Master came out of seclusion, he would be very happy to find that he had become the enemy of the entire world. My lord! When Ling Xiao appeared in front of the heavenly palace, Ziyan and Xiao had been waiting for him for a long time. My lord, we did not disappoint you. I've already taken control of the temporal laws of this realm as per your instructions. Now, one day in this realm is only equivalent to 6 hours in the outside world. Xiao Popper stood straight, puffing out his chest, his expression extremely solemn. Well done. Double shadow, flower. Ling Xiao nodded his head indifferently. Then the two figures of stacked shadow and stacked shadow immediately flew over and appeared before the three of them. At this moment, Floey's aura was becoming more and more terrifying. Even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was devoured by her. It was terrifying. First grade divine king. As for stacked shadow, his cultivation had also broken through. Currently, he had already stepped into the God Emperor realm. He was a rank 1 God Emperor. On the path of cultivation, wealth, companionship, dharma, and land were all important. With their talents, they were all at the peak of this world. What did Ling Xiao lack the most? Cultivation materials, of course. To put it bluntly, even a pig would be able to take human form in less than a year if it cultivated under the nourishment of the 10 dragon veins in this realm and had a daily supply of Tier 5 and Tier 6 pills. My lord, the two of you bring the secret guards to the southern border and find a woman called Nine Nether. Also, find out about the current situation in the northern border and the various geniuses. What was that saying again? Before the troops and horses move, the provisions move first. On the path to immortality, strength was indeed the key to controlling everything. However, when the strength of two parties was similar, information was also crucial. Floey's true form was the sky demon swallowing dragon. At the crucial moment, she could intimidate thousands of demons. With her and Stacked Shadow going together, it would be absolutely safe. As for Xiong Huan and Zi Yan, although the sea was now under Ling Zhao's control, there were still some things that needed to be done. "My lord!" However, just as Ling Zhao's voice fell, Xiao Popper suddenly took a step forward and frowned. "My lord, I think this is inappropriate." "Oh!" Ling Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "What's inappropriate?" "I've heard that the northern border is the demons' territory. Most of the demons, they're fond of killing people. It's too dangerous for Floey and Stacked Shadow to go. In order to ensure their safety, I'm willing to go with them." At this moment, Xiao Popper's expression was especially grave. If not for knowing his character, Ling Xiao might have believed him. "Speak human language." "My lord, recently my realm has reached a bottleneck. I want to go out and find a sense of danger." Xiao Popper's expression fell, but Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He waved his hand, indicating for Xiao Popper and the others to leave. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Xiao Popper was wild with joy and left with Stacked Shadow. Only when he turned around did Ling Xiao see that on his broad and fat back there were two bloody scars that almost exposed the bones. The scars were several feet long, and the flesh had split open, showing a kind of charred black color. Ling Xiao gave Zi Yan a deep look. This woman was truly vicious and merciless. Most likely, Xiao Popper was in a hurry to leave because he was afraid he would die at Zi Yan's hands. "Of the 10 sea races, are there any you can trust?" "My lord, are you thinking of—" "We're about to leave the southern border, but this territory still needs an obedient sea emperor." Ling Xiao smiled warmly and looked down at the heavenly palace. The current realm was already lush and verdant, with ancient trees forming a forest. Powerful auras stirred the wind and clouds, and spiritual radiance whistled through the air. "My lord, the most obedient of the 10 races has already been wiped out by you." Zi Yan smiled bitterly. Then she seemed to have thought of something. "Oh, there is one more clan. The Blood Shark Royal clan was one of the first clans to submit to me. The leader of this clan can be considered my servant." "The Blood Shark clan? Then he'll be fine." Ling Xiao nodded with a smile and waved at Zi Yan. The latter immediately transformed into her true form and threw herself into Ling Zhao's arms. But at this moment, Zi Yan's eyes flickered with hesitation. "If you have something to say, say it." "My lord, where did she go? How did you lure Wenruyu into the trap back then? Also, Duguyinjin is a wily old fox. Don't tell me you don't know what Dao Law she comprehended." Ling Xiao shook his head with a smile, but Zi Yan was clearly stunned. "She Ice Dao Law?" The reason she had taken Shi in as her servant was largely because the Dao Law he comprehended made Zi Yan feel somewhat close to him. But what did this have to do with Wenruyu and Duguyinjin? "Wait, Miss Qingchan." Suddenly, Zi Yan felt an inexplicable chill in her heart. She raised her head and looked at the calm and determined face in front of her. She only felt her entire body turn cold, and the chill seeped into her bones. In that instant, she realized that Ling Xiao was the sky demon, a true taboo of the 9 heavens. Therefore, compared to him, Zi Yan could at most be considered an avenger and not a villain. Perhaps in Ling Zhao's eyes, there was no one in this world that he could not use. Dao companions, servants, and even brothers. Suddenly, a demonic wind blew in the vast sea region. However, the current sea region was no longer as noisy as it was in the past. It was so calm that it was frightening. The flood dragon humanoid race had been exterminated, and the various young masters had mysteriously disappeared. Even the Sea Emperor Palace was empty. In a short 2 months, the entire sea region had been turned upside down. But strangely, none of the royal clans dared to take advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Not to mention whether Ziyan had died or not, if there was an enemy that even the Sea Emperor could not resist, who in the sea region would dare to fight against. Only when Ling Zhao's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of a blood-colored palace did Ziyan transform into her human form and follow him into the palace. "How dare you?" "Who?" "It's the Sea Emperor." Chapter 831. Quick! Report to the Shark Lord that the Sea Emperor has arrived. In front of the Blood Shark Palace, several Blood Shark clansmen scrambled to run away. After a while, a figure flew out of the palace and appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the Blood Shark Lord. However, looking at the Purple Emperor standing behind Ling Xiao with a respectful expression, the Blood Shark clan Lord swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. F***CK? What does the Purple Emperor mean by this? I don't know how to do this anymore. Should I greet the Purple Emperor first, or this young man first? Gulp. You're the Blood Shark clan lord? Ling Zhao's expression was gentle and his tone was calm. Instantly, the Blood Shark clan lord's uneasiness subsided. You can call me Little Shark. The Blood Shark clan lord bowed humbly. May I know why young master and the Sea Emperor have come? To bestow upon you a fortune. At the same time, in the depths of the sea, countless experts flew out of the sky-edge ancient island and headed towards the southern border. Guzhin, dressed in black, stood at the peak of the 1,000 Ghost Mountain and looked at the sky. Early this morning, he received a message from Ling Xiao, ordering him to reorganize the demon Dao in the southern border, unify the various tribes, and dominate this border with the Blood Shark clan lord. Although Guzhin didn't know what Ling Zhao's intention was, especially since the first divine envoy was rumored to still be in the sea, he didn't dare to ask. What? Young master wants me to unify the sea. In the Blood Palace, the Blood Shark clan lord was stunned and knelt on the ground. Young master, how can Little Shark be the overlord of the sea? If I say you can, you can. Xiong Huan, Qin Qingshan. Ling Xiao smiled calmly. Below the great hall, 3 silhouettes broke through the air. In particular, the tall demonic figure covered in armor made the Blood Shark clan's clan lord's heart skip a beat. Great demon. Although Xiong Huan's body didn't have the slightest trace of life force at this moment, the demonic intent that lingered in the heavens and earth made people unconsciously have a desire to submit to it. Help the Blood Shark clan master unify the sea region. Those who submit will live, and those who defy will be killed. I will have Guzhin join you. Ling Xiao cast a meaningful glance at Dream Demon, who was standing beside Chun Qingshan. The two of them had their fingers intertwined and were leaning against each other, appearing extremely intimate. Yes, my lord. The 3 of them bowed, but Ling Xiao turned his gaze to the Blood Shark clan patriarch. Open your divine soul. Yes, my lord. Although the patriarch of the Blood Shark clan was somewhat conflicted, he didn't dare to disobey. Didn't you see that even the Violet Emperor had submitted? I'm afraid that as soon as I reveal my intentions, the Blood Shark clan will be wiped out. Buzz. As the wisp of soul consciousness entered the sea, the Blood Shark clan patriarch's body trembled for a moment before calming down. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, walked out of the hall. After you're done, come to the northern frontier and find me. Yes. The 4 of them watched Ling Xiao disappear. Then they stood up and exchanged looks. Shark clan master, which clan should we start from? Let's start with the Emperor Whale clan. The Emperor Whale clan and the Blood Shark clan were mortal enemies of the sea. If it weren't for Ziyan intimidating the other clans, the war between the 2 clans wouldn't have stopped. Now, the Blood Shark clan had an opportunity to become an emperor, and they had the help of a ninth-rank divine emperor. If they didn't show off now, when would they? My lord, why did you leave Xionghuan in the sea? Wouldn't it be more convenient for me to do this? In the sky above the sea, Ling Xiao slowly stepped out and headed north. Then, with a wave of his hand, a golden carriage with 9 dragons appeared. Ling Xiao carried Ziyan in his arms as he sat in the golden carriage and flew through the clouds. You are indeed more suitable to suppress the Sea Clan, but Xionghuan is more important here. Now that Xionghuan had fused with the soul-sucking ghost pearl, his life was temporarily saved. However, if he wanted that wisp of soul consciousness to not be destroyed, he had to continuously devour souls. Therefore, Ling Xiao left him in the sea to clean up the battlefield. This was also a kind of cultivation. Oh, Ziyan nestled in Ling Xiao's arms and didn't say anything. With Ling Xiao's scheming, he indeed didn't need her to come up with a plan. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Northern border region. At this moment, Xiao Jiu and the other 2 were standing at the foot of a tall mountain, looking up at the mountain peak. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet tall, with a flourishing ancient forest and spiritual fog covering it. Waves of demonic aura spread out from the mountain and evolved into a strange phenomenon. Thousands of rays of immortal light shot into the sky and dyed the sky red. Vaguely, there was an extremely terrifying heat that suppressed heaven and earth and intimidated all living things. It should be here. A smile flashed across Folded Shadow's face. She had asked around for a long time but had never heard of the 9 underworlds. However, a demon king had appeared out of nowhere in the northern border. He had gathered the experts of the demon race and declared himself the king. The demons called her the Ghost King. She was a mysterious and cruel beauty. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Xiao Jiu stepped out and was about to head to the mountain peak. At this moment, several terrifying demonic auras suddenly swept out from the foot of the mountain. Immediately after, 10 experts of the demon clan with different appearances descended from the sky and stopped Xiao Jiu and the other 2. Who are you? Why did you barge into my 9 underworlds mountain? 9 underworlds mountain? Xiao Jiu and the other 2 exchanged glances. It seemed that they weren't wrong. We are here on young master's orders to pay a visit to the King Yu. Xiao Jiu spoke of his intentions. What a joke. I really like to show off. However, this 9 underworlds is someone by young master's side. She is most likely a woman. What can I do? Of course, I have to flatter her. Young master? What young master? Human, let me give you a piece of advice. Leave now and you can still live. Otherwise, why are you talking nonsense with him? Hua's face turned cold. She suddenly stepped out, and a wisp of dragon aura surged around her, instantly suppressing the 10 demons. Although her cultivation was only at the first divine king realm, the suppression of her bloodline was far more terrifying than her cultivation realm, especially these wild demons. They didn't have any bloodline to speak of. Now that they saw the dragon aura for the first time, and it was the true dragon Saint Aura, the fear in their hearts could be imagined. In a short span of time, 9 of the 10 demons actually vomited blood and knelt on the ground, trembling. Only one god archdemon looked fearful. He took a few steps back and rushed toward the mountain peak angrily. Lady Hua, what you are doing is not appropriate. Xiao Jiu's expression changed. Ling Xiao most likely wouldn't blame Hua for killing people. However, the 3 of them were traveling together. Once his lord blamed them, it seems like I will definitely be the one to take the blame. What's wrong? Hua's beautiful eyes were playful as she looked at Xiao Jiu coldly. 9 underworlds? Isn't she the demon remnant soul from before? She was sent to the north border as a tool after his lord reconstructed her body? What right does a mere lower domain demon have to compare with my noble true dragon bloodline? Even if In his Lord's eyes, we are all tools. I am also a tool that is nobler than her. In that case, what is there to be humble about? TSK, Chapter 832. I think that since we are all young master servants, we should unite and help each other. Scram. Before penniless Xiao could finish speaking, Floey had already shouted angrily and walked towards the peak of the mountain. Who is young master servant? I am young master servant. Oh. Xiao Tong's chubby face trembled slightly as he obediently stepped aside. How dare you trespass on my 9 nether mountain? You sure have guts. However, just as the 3 of them were about to step out, a feminine voice came from the sky. Immediately after, Xiao Tao and the others felt a trace of extremely profound Tao law charm swimming around their bodies. A petite and dainty figure suddenly broke through the air, the dagger in her hand stabbing towards Huahua's heart. A wisp of demonic aura? So what? Who in the entire northern borderline would not dare to offend Baijishi? You're courting death. Huahua's face trembled as demonic aura surged around her, forming a demonic mouth that devoured the mysterious Tao aura. Baijishi's eyes narrowed as she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already 100 feet away. Beside him, 3 God Emperor Great Demons appeared. One of them was the God Emperor Great Demon who had just escaped. King Bai, we were patrolling the mountain as you instructed. We didn't expect to be injured by this woman's dragon aura. Humph! How dare you? Baizishi placed her hands on her waist as she glared at Huahua and the others. Little girl, who are you? Xiao Tong stepped forward and stood in front of the 2 of them before Huahua could speak. Leave this to me, Miss Huahua. Just you wait and see. Although this little girl's technique was strange and seemed to be able to freeze space and travel through it, however, her strength was still too low. How dare a divine overlord act so presumptuously in front of Father Xiao? If he didn't act tough now, when would he? You damn fatty, you look so wretched. Why did you trespass on my 9 nether mountain? Huff, 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 huff. Baijishi pouted. She only glanced at Xiao Bao, then looked at Huahua. This woman is not bad looking. Humph, her figure is not bad either. What's the big deal? 9 nether said that in 10 years I will also have a good figure. Fatty? Wretched? Xiao Po was stunned, and then he was slightly embarrassed. What he hated the most was people calling him fatty. Huff, huff, huff. Phew, 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 phew. Little girl, are you 9 nether? Poverty Xiao forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and asked in a cold voice. No. Baijishi shook her head. Her face gradually turned cold. Speak? Why are you looking for 9 nether? Now that 9 underworld mountain was growing stronger by the day, there were already 7 demon thearchs. Although most of them had come for 9 nether's beauty, they had also caused an undercurrent in the northern border that had been peaceful for hundreds of years. This was especially so for the original 10 great royal clans, who viewed 9 underworld's mountain as a thorn in their flesh. They could not wait to pull it out. Were these people here to cause trouble in the 9 underworld's mountain, not the 9 underworlds? Then what the hell are you yelling at me for? Little girl, today I will discipline you on behalf of your family's elders. As soon as he heard that it was not 9 nether, Xiao Pao immediately felt relieved. He stepped forward and rushed towards Baijishi with his long sword in hand. It was impossible to kill him. After all, she was Miss 9 nether's subordinate. However, it was necessary to teach her a lesson and let her know what rules were. Boundless Tao light bloomed in the void. Xiao Pao slashed with his sword, and 100-foot-long crack appeared in the void. Thousands of spiritual lights converged into a sharp blade, piercing through the clouds and crushing heaven and earth. Baijishi's expression changed. Suddenly, an afterimage flashed in front of her, and the fatty, who was hundreds of feet away, suddenly appeared in front of her. If you dare to hurt me, My big brother Ling Xiao will not let you off." Helpless, Baizishi used Ling Xiao's name as usual. When he heard the words big brother Ling Xiao, the ferocity on poverty Xiao's face instantly froze. Then the spiritual light around him disappeared and the Tao laws collapsed. In a panic, Baizishi fiercely swung her dagger, which collided with Poverty Zhao's long sword. Puff! Following that, a shocking scene appeared. Poverty Zhao, a dignified god emperor, was sent flying the moment they collided. He fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Gulp! Baizishi was not the only one stunned. Even Hua and Dain were stunned. Could it be that this little girl was hiding her cultivation level? When did I become so powerful? Baizishi looked down at the divine dagger in her hand in a daze. She could not react in time. However, at this moment, Poverty Xiao got up from the ground and shouted at Baizishi, "So powerful! You are so powerful! Huff, 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 huff! Huff, 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 huff!" Hua and Dain looked at each other, and the confusion in their eyes disappeared. I am not a human, but this Poverty Xiao is a real dog. Hat push. Humph. I told you I am very powerful. Now you know, right? Huff, 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 huff. Although Baizishi did not know what had happened, when she heard the enemy's praise, she almost turned into a nine-tailed beast. But this damn fatty was really wretched. He actually copied her words. Humph. Did you just call Lord Ling Xiao big brother? Hua raised her head and looked at Baizishi calmly. Among these people, she had followed Ling Xiao the longest, but she had never heard that he had a sister. However, even if she was his god sister, Hua and the others could not afford to offend her. Humph. What? You know my brother too. To tell you the truth, the king you that you are going to meet is just my brother's servant girl, and I am my brother's sister. Humph. Baizishi hugged her arms and raised her head. Her face was full of pride. We are here on young master's orders. May I know where the king you is now? Folded Shadow smiled faintly and said, What? You are my brother's people? The pride on Baizishi's face did not last long. Her pink eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Where is my brother? Is my brother here? Young master should be here soon. Dain shook his head, and Baizishi's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. After a breath, she reappeared in the air. Where will my brother come from? Master should be coming from the south. Destitute, Xiao bowed, and there was no longer a trace of arrogance on his face. Damn, that moment just now was the closest he had ever been to death. It was not that Baizishi's methods were terrifying, but his lord was too terrifying. The few of you, bring them to 9 Nether. With that, Baizishi no longer hesitated and rushed towards the south. Brother, you are finally here. Zishi missed you so much. The remaining 9 Nether Mountain God Emperors looked at each other. King Bai, they only mentioned a name, and you let them go up the mountain? Does that mean that if anyone comes and says that they are Lord Ling Xiao's friends, the 9 Nether Mountain will welcome them with great hospitality? Everyone, please follow me. In the end, the 3 God Emperors did not dare to disobey. They turned around and led Hua and the others to the mountain peak. The King Yu's methods were terrifying, and the rules of the mountain were strict. However, the most frightening demon in the 9 Nether Mountain was still King Bai. There was no other reason. It was because this girl had a fickle personality and was extremely domineering. If anyone provoked her, they wouldn't die, but they would be tortured endlessly, and there were many different ways to torture them. Chapter 833. When the 6 of them reached the palace, the 9 Serene Mountain God Emperor turned to look at Floe and the other 2. Please wait for a moment. The Dark King is in seclusion. I will pass the message now. Thank you for your trouble. Xiao Popper's expression was amiable and his attitude was humble. However, it caused the 3 great God Emperors to have a hint of mockery in their eyes. This fatty really knows how to act. After a while, there was a sudden surge of heat in the hall. A graceful and beautiful figure emerged from the void and appeared in front of everyone. "Are you the young master's men?" After 2 years, Nine Nether's cultivation had reached the realm of a 5th stage god emperor. There were flames lingering around her. However, the flames weren't red in color. Instead, it was a dark purple color. It was obvious that she had completely awakened her memories. The Nine Serene Phoenix was originally from the North Border's Emperor clan. Before the clan was exterminated, the 3 demon emperors didn't dare to provoke them. However, it was a pity that such a huge clan was exterminated in a single night. Only Nine Nether, the proud daughter of the Serene Phoenix clan, managed to escape with a wisp of her divine soul. Of course, if she didn't meet Ling Xiao, she wouldn't be able to recover her current realm in 10 years, let alone 2 years. What's more, a female supporting character with this kind of setting would most likely end up dying for the child of destiny. "We are here under the orders of the Lord Ling Xiao to help the Dark King unify the North Border." Xiao Pa stood up and bowed to Nine Nether. Xiao Pa might be able to fight against a 5th stage god emperor with his battle strength. However, he was just a slave. How could his status be compared to the beautiful women around the Lord? "Do you have proof?" Nine Nether's face was cold. Her eyes seemed to be burning with anger. It made people feel oppressed. "He, the young master, has instructed us to find the Dark King and pass this voice transmission talisman to her." Xiao Pa handed over voice transmission talisman respectfully. Nine Nether didn't hesitate and poured her spiritual energy into the talisman. "Buzz, young master!" Nine Nether's face was filled with excitement. Since the last time Baizishi wasted her only voice transmission talisman, Nine Nether hasn't heard from her young master for nearly a year. Of course, with Nine Nether's current power, it wasn't impossible for him to inquire about Ling Xiao's whereabouts. However, her identity was special. She was the archenemy of the saint. Once his relationship with the young master was exposed, it would inevitably bring disaster to him. This was the reason why Ling Xiao had only given her a sound transmission talisman. Although people like Nine Nether and Yi Qingchan, who had been recognized by the system as destined to submit, wouldn't betray Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao didn't know if they were in danger because they didn't have a soul seal to control them. If they fell into the hands of a divine master, with that person's strength, he might be able to find some clues from them. "Nine Nether, did you see Hua Hua and the others?" Southern Border, high up in the sky. Ling Xiao reclined on the golden chariot with his hair hanging down. He held a jade cup in one hand and gently sipped the wine in it while stroking Ziyan's back with the other hand. "You are more familiar with Northern Border. Think of a way to gather the geniuses of the various demon races. The more lively, the better. I will be there soon." Ling Xiao put down the talisman and drank the wine in the cup. Now that the divine master was in seclusion, it was a great opportunity for him to unify the 4 borders. Even if Zhou Yandao had truly entered the Venerate realm, Ling Xiao didn't believe that he couldn't kill one person with the power of billions of living beings in the 4 borders. After all, regardless of whether one was a Yuan Venerate or Venerate, their spiritual power was limited. Of course, this war would definitely be cruel and bloody. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. But so what? Everyone in the world would die, and he would control the world alone. Ascending to the upper realm would also be a great creation. When the demonic clouds in the distance suddenly stirred, Ling Xiao stood up from the golden chariot and looked into the distance. Ziyan also opened her eyes, but her expression was a little tired and not worried at all. Not to mention that there were many experts in Ling Xiao's territory, as long as the one who came was not Zhou Yandao, who in the Shengzhou could be her match. The first emperor of the 5 borders was already dead. Except for Dao Master Taishan, Ziyan didn't fear anyone. What? The 3 emperors of Northern Border? The great demon with a trace of dragon blood? Ziyan didn't know how much dragon blood that demon emperor had, but half of it was the blood of the thunder dragon in her body. Greetings, my lord. Until the golden chariot stopped in the air. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile. In the sky, nearly 100 figures knelt down. At the head of the group was Liang Yi, dressed in a green robe. His eyes were dim, but his expression was gentle. At this moment, his aura had also reached the level of a god king. He was at the level of a god king. The 100 people behind him were mostly divine overlords, and a few of them had a trace of luck. However, what truly moved Ling Zhao was not the cultivation of these people. Instead, it was the undisguised ferocious aura on their bodies. Obviously, these 100 people had gone through real life and death situations, stepping through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. People like them should either not provoke them or kill them on the spot. Otherwise, they would do anything to kill you. That's right. Get up. Ling Zhao smiled gently, but his eyes were a little dim. With Liang Yi's status, he should be the one who stood at the top of the world. But he was willing to gamble with his cultivation for the sky demon and step into endless reincarnation. Although he was a first-grade divine king now, he couldn't completely hide the trace of lethargy on him. Let's go. Let's see what surprises the northern border has. Ling Zhao sat on the golden chariot again, holding Ziyan in his arms, and walked towards the 9th underworld mountain. Behind him, 100 people formed a formation. They did not make the slightest sound as they followed closely behind Liang Yi to protect their master. The sky was gloomy, and layers of dark clouds covered the surroundings. Everywhere they passed, all living beings bowed their heads and mortals knelt down. Only some powerful cultivators had fear in their eyes. The Shangzhou continent had changed. At the same time, in the northern border, more and more powerful cultivators stepped out of their clans and gathered at a certain place. Today, the 9th underworld mountain suddenly sent out invitations, inviting all the geniuses of the northern border to gather at the 9th underworld mountain to witness the 9th underworld mountain's master, the Ghost King, becoming the 11th demon king of the northern border. Such an action was arrogant and presumptuous. So many masters of the royal clans had rushed to the sacred mountain, requesting to meet the demon emperor to fight the 9th underworld mountain together. Of course, most of the demon clans were curious. They wanted to see with their own eyes where the seductive Ghost King, who was rumored to be less than 100 years old, got the confidence to proclaim himself as the Demon King. Everyone knew that the northern border demon clans had always been united. Although there were occasional disputes between the clans, there had never been a great war. That was because the entire northern border had submitted to the 10,000 Demons Sacred Mountain, which was also known as the 10,000 Demons Sacred Land. On the Sacred Mountain, there was a green flood dragon with incredible cultivation and dragon blood. It was called the Green Dragon Emperor by the demon clans. There was a centipede that was born with lethal poison and could slaughter thousands of miles away. It was called the Poisonous Centipede Emperor. There was an elephant that was born with divine power and had a jade face and golden eyes. It was called the White Elephant Emperor. The 3 demon clans were sworn brothers, and together they ruled over the northern border. The position of Demon King had always been bestowed by the 3 demon emperors. Who would have thought that a mere wild demon would dare to overstep it? Chapter 834. A storm was brewing in the northern border, and undercurrents were surging. The demon clan, which had been peaceful for hundreds of years, was suddenly in turmoil. Although Nine Nether was mysterious and ferocious, the 10 great demon kings were not afraid of her. However, it was said that the little princess of the 9-tailed tribe, Baijishi, was behind King Yu. She was known as the most talented person in the Green Hill tribe. It could be said that there was no one in the entire northern frontier who didn't know about this woman. She was born with Tao laws, and her blood was vigorous. She had the ancestral, awakening bloodline of the primitive demons. As long as such a demon did not die, she would become the new hope of the demon clan in the northern border. Especially when she was born, it was said that immortal radiance spread for 30,000 miles, and her Tao was formed naturally. The three great demon emperors arrived at the same time and fought to take her in as a disciple. However, they were all rejected by the ancestor of the Green Hill tribe. Even so, no tribe in the northern border dared to provoke her. The 1,000-demon sacred mountain stood in the center of the northern border. The mountain was tall, and the ancient trees on it reached the sky. The spiritual chi was like a tide, and there was an immortal aura surging and overflowing. Usually, only the three great demon emperors and their servants stayed on the mountain to cultivate. However, there were countless great demon emperors roaring on the sacred mountain today, as if they were arguing. Dragon Emperor, that Kingu is of unknown origin, and his behavior is unreasonable. He doesn't care about us at all. A god emperor with a human body and an eagle head shouted angrily in a stone hall at the peak of the mountain. This demon was the leader of the 10 great demon kings, and was known as the Golden Condor King. Although he wasn't a great demon, anyone related to the primordial era in the Shangzhou wasteland could be said to have a terrifying background. Kingu, have you found out about his background? An elder with a green face and dragon scales sat on the main seat of the hall. He was wearing a green robe and was wearing a green robe. There was a clear radiance flowing around him like a primordial mist, and it was mysterious. No, Dragon Emperor, this Kingu seems to have appeared in the northern border out of nowhere. His methods are extremely ruthless. Although his cultivation is not high, he has 2 7th-grade divine emperors under him. The Golden Condor King's voice was filled with anger. The Nine Nether Mountain was the boundary between the Golden Condor tribe and the Green Hill tribe. It was just that the Green Hill foxes had never liked fighting, so to outsiders, Nine Phantom Mountain was the territory of the Golden Condors. Now, the Ghost King, who had appeared out of nowhere, had taken over the mountain. It was undoubtedly a slap to the Golden Condor King's face. Therefore, he joined forces with the other demon kings to eliminate 9 underworlds in the name of ignoring the demon emperor. But Baizhishi's identity was special. Even the Golden Condor King did not dare to act rashly without the approval of the Shifter Emperor. Where did he come from? Could it be that he's not from the Northern Frontier Demon Clan? The Blue Dragon Emperor pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I heard that Jishi is by her side now. That's right. Humph. Looks like the Qingqiu clan isn't as aloof from worldly affairs as everyone says. The Golden Condor King snorted coldly, clearly enraged. No one would believe that Baizhishi appeared in the 9 secluded mountain without the instructions of the Qingqiu clan. However, the Golden Condor King could not figure out why this girl needed to rely on others if she wanted to have her own power. With the support of the 3 demon emperors, no one in the northern frontier would dare to act rashly. However, the Golden Condor King had gone to the Qingqiu clan to ask for an explanation from the 9-tailed fox queen, who knew that the demon empress would deny that she had anything to do with Baizhishi and say that she knew nothing about it. Wasn't that infuriating? All right. The demon tribe of the northern frontier is united. The more powerful we have, the better we can control this land. Why? Have you forgotten my will? The Blue Dragon Emperor looked deeply at the Golden Condor King, causing him to tremble and kneel on the ground with a plop. I wouldn't dare. The Golden Condor King was sweating profusely as a chill ran down his spine. Although he was also a peerless demon king who was an 8th-grade divine emperor, he had no room to struggle in front of this person. In fact, there was a rumor in the northern frontier that when the northern frontier was in chaos, there was a royal clan that was unwilling to stay under the 1,000-demon sacred mountain. In the end, the Blue Dragon Emperor had personally arrived. She transformed into her true form and directly swallowed the entire demonic beast into her stomach. Since then, no one in the northern frontier dared to go against the will of this demon emperor. However, it is not an easy task to become a king. You are not allowed to interfere, but you can send the elders and disciples of your clan to test him. If this ghost king really has the qualifications to become a king, then there will be 11 kings in the northern border in the future. If he is just a despicable person who wants to take advantage of the situation, I will send people to kill him." After saying that, the Blue Dragon Emperor turned around and walked towards the back of the stone hall. Yes, the Golden Condor King and the others remained on the ground and did not get up. Only when there was no more dragon power in the hall did they wipe off the cold sweat on their heads and leave. At the same time, at the peak of the 1,000 Demon Mountain, a graceful figure in a golden dress with fiery red hair stood with her hands behind her back. Her feet were as white as snow, and her hair was as red as fire. Although her face could not be seen, the tight, long dress showed off her perfect figure. Her exposed skin was snow white and sparkling, and it seemed to be emitting immortal light. However, what was strange was that there were green and red totems on the girl's neck and wrists. It was very demonic. Hearing the footsteps behind her, the girl turned around, revealing an indescribably beautiful face. Her eyes were like glass, her nose was straight, and there seemed to be a mountain peak under her golden robe. She was very majestic. Beside her, there was an endless amount of blood chi gushing out. Her Taoist rhymes were natural, and the blue sky lost its color. She did not look old, but even in front of the Blue Dragon Emperor, she was not nervous at all. Instead, she had a tinge of arrogance. Even her frown and smile contained an ancient and domineering aura. Divine Ancestor. In the next instant, a shocking scene appeared. The Blue Dragon Emperor suddenly bowed deeply to the girl in front of her. Her expression was respectful, and there was not the slightest bit of awkwardness. "Is something the matter?" The red-haired girl raised her eyebrows slightly, and a trace of playfulness flashed in her glassy eyes. "Divine Ancestor, we have found the whereabouts of the sacred sect's second divine envoy. He is now on Guewu Mountain, thousands of miles to the east. This divine envoy seems to be related to that prophet." The Blue Dragon Emperor, the ruler of the northern border, was acting so lowly at this moment. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be frightened to the point of having a heart attack. It's just a stinky toad. But you, old thing, actually submitted to the human race. You are a disgrace to the demon race. The red-haired girl snorted coldly, but the Blue Dragon Emperor's expression changed drastically. She did not even dare to breathe loudly. "Divine Ancestor, please calm down. At that time, we were forced by the situation." Did anything big happen in the northern border recently? Have you found the Taoist law demon that I asked you to find for me? The red-haired girl raised her hand and gently stretched her muscles and bones, revealing her fair waist and a patch of green-red totems on her back. Even her raised arms were covered by all kinds of colorful totems. They looked like demonic shadows, but also like ghosts and demons. Only her jade-like hands were white, flawless, and soft as if they were boneless. "Divine Ancestor, the prodigies of the demon race are strong in their blood, chi, and physical bodies. The Taoist law is really hard to find." The Blue Dragon Emperor smiled awkwardly. There was some doubt in her old eyes. This divine ancestor was really strange. Not only was her talent heaven-defying, but her actions were also strange. Looking for the Taoist law demon? Could it be that the divine ancestor was planning to recruit disciples for an expedition? However, almost all the experts in the northern border who had comprehended the Taoist law had mysteriously disappeared. In the Blue Dragon Emperor's eyes, there was only, "Wait, Baizishi. Really hard to find? I'll give you 1 more month. If you can't find the Taoist law demon, you and those 2 old things can go to the human race and find him." The red-haired girl looked into the distance. There was an indescribable vicissitude in her glassy eyes. "Divine Ancestor, I know a demon that was born with the Taoist law. He is where the luck of the demon race lies." Chapter 835. The Destiny of the Demon Race. The demonic race's destiny is with me. Who else is worthy? Speak, who is it?" The red-haired girl raised her eyebrows slightly, and even the totem on her jade neck seemed to flicker with a scarlet light. "Sacred ancestor, this woman is the 9th princess of the Qingqiu clan. Her name is Bai Jishi." Seeing the domineering aura on the red-haired woman's face, the Blue Dragon Emperor instinctively felt a trace of terror. "Bai Jishi? That's a nice name. What realm are you at?" He should be a deity overlord. Deity overlord? His realm is indeed a bit low. Forget it, let's capture him. The red-haired woman nodded calmly, as if she did not take the Qingqiu clan seriously at all. "Divine ancestor, you mustn't. The Qingqiu clan has an extraordinary relationship with the Divine Master. The eldest princess of the clan was once the Divine Master's servant. Now that she is trapped in the Qingqiu clan, what if?" The Blue Dragon Emperor's face clearly flashed with a hint of fear. Although the demon clan was strong, they were not of the venerable plane. Once the war between the North borderline and the Saint sect broke out, the demon clan would be the ones to be destroyed. Although the sacred ancestor was invincible and possessed the divine bone, it wasn't impossible for him to reach that level in the future. However, the current her was far from enough. Humph. So what if he was the divine master of the sacred cult? "I am the true god of this world." The Qingqiu clan? If they dared to stop him, he would slaughter them all. What right does the human race have to rule the world? The red-haired woman snorted. "You don't have to get involved in this matter. I'll do it. You just have to look after the second divine messenger. When my cultivation reaches the peak of level 9, the fortune in the sacred sect will also fall into my hands." "Yes." The Blue Dragon Emperor's expression turned cold. In the end, she didn't dare to say anything and turned around to leave. That's right, the young lady in front of him wasn't someone from this era. That day when she woke up from the bottom of the sacred mountain, she had caused the winds and clouds of the northern frontier to change abruptly. 10,000 demons were alarmed. Although her cultivation level was only at the 6th stage god emperor realm, the aura flowing in her body was that of a true dragon. In other words, the divine bone in her body was a divine object of the demon clan. Even the Blue Dragon Emperor felt a chill when she was enveloped by his demonic aura. Perhaps she really was the hope of the demonic beasts to reunite the four borders. Only when the Blue Dragon Emperor's figure was far away did the red-haired girl softly shout, "Come out!" Buzz! A crack suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Among them, a young man in white stepped out slowly. He looked gentle. "Xian Heir, do you really intend to be enemies with the Saint sect? If I want to be truly invincible in this world, I must obtain that thing in the Saint sect. Sooner or later, I will have to face it." The red-haired young woman said indifferently. She turned her head to look at the young man in front of her. "Lead everyone to the 9 Nether Mountain and invite that King Yu and Baijishi over. Just say that this ancestor wants to bestow upon them heavenly good fortune. Of course, if anyone dares to obstruct me, kill them without mercy." "Xian, or why did you—" "Ao Qing, I've said it many times. Put away your thoughts. Do you think this ancestor is a woman you can obtain? If it weren't for the fact that we were of the same bloodline, do you think that a god king like you would be qualified to become my subordinate?" The red-haired girl looked at him with disdain. Her glassy eyes were filled with killing intent. Why, of course, he was going to use their Daos to perfect himself. Be obedient and do your job. Perhaps in the future, I will help you unify the Endless Sea region and make you the emperor. Yes. Ao Qing nodded silently before his figure vanished once more. There was dead silence in the 10,000 demons' sacred mountain. Only the red-haired young woman was looking into the distance with a cold and arrogant expression. No one knew what she was thinking. In the next moment, she suddenly took a step forward and appeared in the depths of the sacred mountain. It was a place covered by spiritual light. This was the forbidden area of the demon clan. it was also the place where she had been sealed for thousands of years. Vaguely, there seemed to be formation runes flickering in the spiritual light. They were surging violently and intimidating. Humph. You probably didn't expect that not only did this formation not refine me, but it also helped me fuse with the godly bone within it and devour the das of 4 people to become truly invincible, right? The red-haired young woman muttered to herself in a cold and arrogant tone. Thousands of strange phenomena began to appear around her. Flames surged. Divine trees broke through the clouds. A mighty mountain fell from the sky, and waves surged. It was indescribably mystical and terrifying. An overbearing and ancient aura soared into the sky and enveloped the entire 10,000 demons' sacred mountain. The godly bone was already the path to invincibility. Why would she still need to be a slave to others? The holy sect? The divine master? This world was destined to only have one deity. However, if Ling Xiao were here, he would definitely be very happy to see this woman. That was because her body contained 5 types of das: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of the 5 elements all gathered in her body. The ancestral land of Green Hill was filled with singing birds and fragrant flowers. Unlike the Beijiang demon clan, the Green Hill clan had always avoided the world and did not involve themselves in karma. However, at this moment, the 9-tailed fox empress had a solemn expression on her face. There seemed to be a hint of sorrow between her brows. In front of her, Patriarch Bai Qian stood with his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. Patriarch, Jishi is really getting more and more presumptuous. Won't the Ghost King become an enemy of the entire Beijiang by establishing himself as the Demon King? If this matter is used by someone with ill intentions, I'm afraid Jishi. The 9-tailed fox empress sighed softly, her tone especially solemn. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Jishi was born extraordinary. Perhaps we restricted her too much in the past. Bai Qian shook his head. There was not much emotion on his aged face. She had vaguely sensed it since the day Jishi left Green Hill. However, this time, she did not make a move to stop her. The Divine Master's arrival had already given the Green Hill clan a final deadline. If Jiro still did not realize her error by then, this clan would probably completely disappear from the lands of the Beijiang. After all, Jishi was the hope of the demon clan that the 3 demon emperors had their eyes on. Moreover, she was still young and did not know much. Perhaps the Divine Master would spare her life on account of the 3 demon emperors. At the very least, Jishi had comprehended the 9-tailed clan's strongest talent, the spatial Dao Law. If she was released from Green Hill, she would have a better chance of survival. However, Bai Qian did not expect that this girl had set her heart on going to the eastern border, but had not taken a single step out of the Beijiang. Instead, she had joined forces with that woman called Juyo and established her own sect. To Bai Qian, this might be her fate. If he intervened forcefully, the outcome would be unpredictable. In any case, now that the variables had appeared, what she needed to do was to follow the heavenly Tao and carve out a different path for herself. Patriarch, aren't you afraid that the 3 demon emperors will be enraged and destroy the 9 underworld mountain? The 9-tailed fox empress looked miserable. Although she had 9 children, apart from Jishi and Jiro, their talents and bloodlines were mediocre. However, one of these 2 daughters had offended the holy sect and was suppressed in the clan. The other had yearned for the outside world and had not been disciplined since young. The 9-tailed fox empress saw the shadow of Jiro from back then in Jishi. If she fell into karma again, wouldn't the 9-tailed clan be consigned to eternal damnation? That old dragon is not a narrow-minded person. No matter how unreasonable Jio is, as long as her cultivation is strong and her talents are outstanding, I'm afraid he will not care. Now that the demon clan is suppressed in the northern border, if there is internal strife, I'm afraid we will never be able to rise again. Bai Qian turned and looked deeply at the 9-tailed fox empress. I know your worries. Even if the 9 underworld mountain is destroyed, Jishi will be fine. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to send Jishi to the 1,000-demon sacred mountain and let the 3 demon emperors protect her. Patriarch, you mean? The 9-tailed fox empress was stunned. Then, as if she had thought of something, a trace of sadness appeared in her beautiful eyes. Sigh, I thought that with Jishi's talent, she would become the new demon emperor of the northern border sooner or later. I didn't expect fate to make fools of us. Things are different now. Bai Qian sighed with a bitter expression. Is there any news about the fluctuation on the 1,000-demon sacred mountain? Chapter 836. Old ancestor, I've asked around. The Azure Dragon Emperor said that it was caused by his cultivation. The 9-tailed fox empress sighed softly in her heart, but she also understood Bai Qian's helplessness. Back then, when Bai Jishi was born, she had caused a phenomenon in the heavens and earth, and the void was filled with golden clouds. As for this divine elephant, it was recognized as the will of the heavens, and Bai Jishi did not fail to live up to everyone's expectations. Her atavistic bloodline and her strongest talent, the Space Dao Law, were both opportunities for her to become the sole ruler of the world. At that time, Bai Qian must have been looking forward to it. After all, the 9-tailed fox tribe was one of the great tribes of the Great Desolate Era. Although their tribe had ended up in the desolate lands of the Shenzhou continent, according to the ancient records of the tribe, the 9-tailed fox ancestor was a demon god from the Great Desolate Era that could suppress dragons. With that person's strength, as long as he didn't fall in the Great Divine Devil War, he would detect Bai Zishi's aura sooner or later. At that time, if he could issue a decree for her to ascend, Qingqiu would no longer be the demon king of the northern frontier, but the true overlord of the Xingzhou. Therefore, Bai Qian decisively rejected the 3 emperors' request to accept Bai Zishi as a disciple. After all, the more karma there was, the more it would affect Jishi's qi. But now, the Qingqiu clan was burdened with the killing intent of the divine master. If Baijiro was stubborn, with that person's temperament, he would not let anyone from the Qingqiu clan go. Most likely, the ancestor wanted to send Bai Jishi to the 10,000 demons sacred mountain because he wanted to borrow the Azure Dragon Emperor's power to give her a chance of survival. Was it caused by that old thing's cultivation? Bai Qian shook her head slowly. She had seen the strange phenomenon in the void that day clearly. Heaven and earth were overturned, as if an immortal had descended. Furthermore, the demonic might contained within it was the true 9 heavens Saint Might. Although the old dragon's cultivation was terrifying, it wasn't enough to attract such a spectacle. He was lying. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. Did Jiro agree? No. Ancestor, what do you think she's persisting for? The 9-tailed fox empress gritted her teeth. She felt a burst of anger whenever Baijiro was mentioned. I don't know what she's holding on to, but the secret in her heart will definitely overturn the situation in the Shenzhou continent. Perhaps it's also a form of protection for our race. Now, I only hope that Jishi can grow up quickly. Bai Qian sighed and turned to leave. The 9-tailed fox empress was the only one left. She looked exhausted as she stood at the peak of Green Hill and remained silent for a long time. 9 Nether Mountain, great hall at the peak. Demonic winds blew in all directions on the mountain, and the demonic aura shook the sky. There were large birds looking down from the sky and black tigers leaping from the mountains. Colorful feathers overflowed as they rushed over from all directions. Now, the entire northern borderline had their eyes on 9 Underworld Mountain. All the demons wanted to witness the crowning ceremony of the 11th Demon King with their own eyes. It was just that most of the demon clans did not come to congratulate him. Instead, they wanted to see how embarrassed this king would be. Although there were many demons in the northern frontier, they were all ruled by the 10,000 demons sacred mountain. In the past 1,000 years, there had never been a demon who dared to proclaim themselves as king and conspire to rule the world. Currently, This Nether King had risen to the top in a domineering manner. He had only used a year's time to stand at the peak of the northern border. Although he was feared by others, he more or less lacked some foundation. Looking at the demon race, which of those who could be called kings and emperors did not have a long history and many experts in their clan, a woman who came out of nowhere, gathered a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps, and wanted to become a demon king? Ridiculous. In the eyes of many, if not for the little princess of Green Hill, by Jishi, holding the fort on 9 Underworld Mountain, they would have been slaughtered and suppressed long ago. However, today, the King Yu had openly challenged the rules of the northern frontier. The 10,000 demons, Sacred Mountain would definitely not sit by and do nothing. For 7 days, the entire northern frontier changed drastically. It was as if a storm was about to come. Hee, isn't this young Master Jean E of the Golden Condor clan? Why, I heard that 9 Underworld Mountain used to be your clan's territory. Now that it's been taken over by someone else, how do you feel? Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the crowd of demons. All the demons turned to look. They saw a young man in a golden robe, with a long face and a nose, looking coldly at the person who spoke. He did not say anything. Behind him, there were 2 fierce-looking elders following. Their auras were terrifying. It was obvious that these people were not just here to watch the show. This is going to be a good show. The Golden Condor clan thinks of themselves as the #1 royal clan. They have never taken Green Hill seriously. Now that the little princess of Green Hill has taken over this mountain, I'm afraid that later there will be a battle. Sigh, it's not just the Golden Condor clan. This King Yu is extremely arrogant. Even the Ashwolf clan can't stand it. If there's a chance later, I would like to see how strong this King Yu is. The demons stood in front of the palace and discussed animatedly. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic aura came from the palace. 9 Underworld was dressed in a black robe. His expression was cold as he slowly walked out of the palace. Beside him, Xiao Pe Huahua and a few other 9 Underworld mountain god emperors followed closely. Only Layering Shadow was nowhere to be seen. Ling Xiao had sent them here to investigate the situation in the northern frontier. The second divine envoy was still here. According to the information he received, this divine envoy was also a 9th grade great emperor. Although his strength was not as terrifying as Dugayunjin's, this person had the blood of the demon clan flowing in his body. The northern frontier was the territory of the 10,000 demon clan. If he wanted to kill him here, there would be many risks. Knowing the attitudes of the various clans would make it easier for Ling Xiao to set up a plan to kill the demons. Everyone. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the peak of the mountain. Then, the demons' gazes landed on the beautiful woman in front of the palace. Suddenly, 9 Nether Mountain fell silent for a moment. Most of the demons present had only heard of King Yu's name. They had never seen her in person. Moreover, she was a vicious and merciless demon. No matter how one looked at it, she looked sinister and ugly. But why was she so enchanting and beautiful? Swish! Hiss! 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 Immediately after, when the crowd saw the other graceful figure beside 9 Nether, gasps could be heard from the top of the mountain. Huahua's leather armor clung to her body. It made her look even more imposing. Her waist was slender, and her legs were long and slender. Her fair neck, which was exposed outside the leather armor, seemed to emit a divine light. Although she did not emit any demonic aura, the coldness on her face revealed her supreme nobility. She gave people a sense of arrogance that kept them at arm's length. Gulp. Suddenly, the anger in the demons' hearts dissipated. At this moment, they only wanted to approach the 2 demonic women and ask them how old they were and whether they had a good partner. No, they would tie them up and bring them back to the clan to get married on the spot. Welcome, everyone, to my kin-conferring ceremony. Seeing the expressions on the demons' faces, Nine Underworld's eyes flashed coldly. Although Nine Underworld did not know why Ling Xiao asked her to gather all the geniuses and experts of the various clans in the northern frontier on Nine Underworld Mountain, she still felt slightly uneasy. Young Master can't be thinking of killing all these demons in one go, right? That can't be. Although Young Master's talent is close to demonic and his methods are brilliant, Ling people may be famous in the eastern frontier, but compared to the northern frontier, it is really not enough. Given Young Master's thoughts, he would definitely not do such a risky thing. But why? Chapter 837. Originally, Nine Nether had occupied the mountain to recruit more demons and strengthen her position. Moreover, as she made a breakthrough in her cultivation level, she gradually regained her lost memories. Back then, even though the Nine Netherworld Downing Phoenix clan had been massacred by the Divine Master, the Blue Dragon Emperor was also involved. In other words, the Nine Nether clan did not go to the central border willingly. They were forced. Among the 4 emperors of the Demon Clan, she was the clan leader of the Nine Nether clan. She was also a 9th grade Divine Emperor and was supposed to be on par with the Blue Dragon Emperor. However, the Divine Master seemed to have reached an agreement with the Blue Dragon Emperor after the Sacred Sect unified the world. He used the lives of all the clans in the northern border as an excuse to force the Nine Nether clan to follow the Divine Master to the central border. It was also because of this that the Blue Dragon Emperor became the #1 Demon Emperor in the northern border and dominated all the clans. The Demon Clan also respected the Blue Dragon Emperor because she resolved the conflict with the Divine Master. Yes, the Demon Clan was now forced to live in a corner of the Xingzhou. However, without the Blue Dragon Emperor, the Divine Master could have sent the Divine Master to kill the Demon Clan. However, although the Nine Nether clan was once an Emperor clan in the northern border, the Blue Dragon Emperor's prestige had been established in the past 300 years. The demons that were originally under the wings of the Nine Nether Phoenix clan were either killed or became disciples of the 1,000 Demons Sacred Mountain. Therefore, Nine Nether had never revealed her true self. She only secretly recruited subordinates and rose again. However, now that the young master had ordered her to establish herself as queen, she had obviously become the enemy of the entire demon clan. Once the 1,000 Demons Sacred Mountain sent people to suppress her, her previous efforts would be in vain. Could it be that the young master now had the strength to fight against a 9th grade Divine Emperor? Impossible, right? It had been less than 2 years. Even if the young master was extraordinary, how could he reach the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm in such a short time? As for the forces behind him, it was even more impossible for them to fight against the entire demon clan. What was the young master thinking? Since everyone is here, I'll be straightforward. Nine Nether's gaze swept across the crowd in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. Today, I establish myself as the 11th Demon King of the Northern Border. Does anyone have any objections? Most of the people who came to the Nine Nether Mountain were royal prodigies and elders. Although the demon clan was usually united, they were also bloodthirsty and arrogant. They would not allow anyone to challenge the authority of the Demon King. Wait. Sure enough, after hearing Nine Nether's words, the golden-robed, golden condor young master, Jin Yi, stepped forward and faced Nine Nether. King Yu, in our northern borders, there are countless people who call themselves kings. However, none of them have the guts to proclaim themselves as kings. I'm afraid that King Yu's actions are somewhat inappropriate. Jin Yi's expression was gentle and his tone was calm, but the meaning behind his words was clear. You, King Yu, have been conferred the title of king without a proper reason. You have broken the rules of the northern borderline. Oh, so? Nine Nether's eyes were indifferent, as if he did not take Jin Yi's words to heart at all. However, it was this unruly look that made her even more seductive, arrogant. So today, King Yu had better bring your men and scram down this mountain. lest you bring a fatal disaster upon yourself. Fatal disaster? You? The corners of Nine Nether's mouth suddenly curled up into a smile. Instantly, the eyes of many demon clan prodigies widened as they revealed looks of infatuation. Hee, I've long heard of King use terrifying means. Why don't you let this old man learn a thing or two from you today? Beside Jean E, an elder of the Golden Condor clan, stepped forward, his emperor's aura rippling around him. He was actually a 6th grade great god. Xiao Tong, who had just taken a step forward, subconsciously retreated. F***CK. That was close. He almost got into trouble. This kind of heroic act of saving a damsel in distress should have been a great opportunity for the son of destiny to show off and embarrass himself. However, the longer he followed Ling Xiao, the more Xiao Tong understood a principle. Only by staying alive would he have more opportunities to show off. Only by being safe could he reach the pinnacle of the world. Then open your eyes wide and take a good look. Nine Nether smiled disdainfully and walked to the center of the square with light steps. At this moment, her body did not emit any aura, but inexplicably, everyone felt a terrifying heat in their hearts. King Yu, actually I can help you. As long as you agree to be my concubine, I'll help you accept the challenge from the Golden Condor clan today. Bah, cruel wolf, who do you think you are? King Yu, follow me, and no one in the northern borderline will dare to bully you. King Yu, I'm the young master of White 8 Mountain. King Yu should know the strength of my clan. If you're willing to marry me, I'll help you kill this stupid condor today. At this moment, a series of cold shouts came from around the square. The smile on Jean Yi's face froze instantly. He turned to look at the group of mesmerized young masters behind him. His lips trembled slightly, but he did not know what to say. Looking at the attitude of these people, it seemed like they were not just joking. No. Didn't they say that they would fight 9 Nether Mountain together? How could they do this? You think you're worthy. 9 Nether's expression was cold and arrogant. Her gaze swept across the faces of the young masters. Hearing this, the young masters' expressions changed. Their eyes were burning with anger. Arrogant. King Yu, we'll destroy 9 Nether Mountain today. Boom! Endless demonic aura swept across, turning into black clouds that covered the sky. Instantly, a gust of wind blew across 9 Nether Mountain. The powerful cultivator of the Golden Condor race no longer hesitated. He soared into the sky, and endless golden light pierced through the clouds. It turned into a 1,000-foot-long golden claw and pressed down on 9 Nether's head. You overestimate yourself. Previously, Ling Xiao had sent her a message asking her to create chaos in the northern borderline. Although 9 Nether did not know what young master meant by this, as long as it was young master's orders, she naturally did not dare to disobey. Around his body, a demonic glow began to blossom. Faintly, it was mixed with a frightening heat. Although the 9 Nether race had been destroyed for close to 300 years, she still did not dare to use her race's special ability in front of everyone, in case the Blue Dragon Emperor and the others saw through it. However, with the power of the Nether Fire in her spiritual power, even the Divine Master would not be able to see through it. After all, the power of fire was one of the most common talents of the demon race. It would not attract too much suspicion. Buzz! The golden claw pierced through the void and fell from the sky, instantly enveloping 9 Nether's figure. The sky shattered, and layers of demonic chi swept out, instantly shattering the mountain peaks and ancient forests. It was obvious that the Golden Condor race elder had used his full strength in this attack. Of course, the most direct way to intimidate was to use the most direct method. However, just as the demon race looked at 9 Nether with pity or mockery, she only stretched out her jade-like hand and gently pushed it upward. In the next moment, the 1,000-foot-long golden claw slammed down and collided with the jade-like hand. Then a terrifying scene occurred. The golden claw suddenly stopped in the void, unable to descend any further. On Nine Nether's face there was a hint of mockery in addition to extreme coldness. The entire square was dead silent. Everyone's expressions froze at the same time as they stared blankly at the beautiful figure in black. Although the demon race had heard that the Ghost King was very strong, they did not expect her to be this strong. She broke the full-powered attack of a 6th grade God Emperor so easily. Chapter 838. Crack! A shattering sound was heard in the silent Nine Glue Mountain. Everyone could only see countless cracks on the golden claw. In the end, it turned into rays of golden light that sprinkled down. From the beginning to the end, Nine Gloom did not emit any terrifying energy waves. She was calm and insufferably arrogant. Gulp. The elder of the Golden Condor clan swallowed hard in the air. He had used almost all of his strength in the seal just now to embarrass Nine Gloom. Self-proclaimed king? You can't even defeat an elder of the Golden Condor clan. How can you call yourself king? But now it seemed like it was going to be over. Let's see if you can take a hit from me. Nine Gloom raised her head, her eyes indifferent. Suddenly, a demonic light shot up into the sky from her jade-like hand. Then everyone watched with their mouths agape as 100-meter-tall spiritual seal rose into the sky with endless Tao laws flowing in the sky. The scalp-numbing heat waves swept out like waves, emitting a majestic and heavy aura. The void shattered and the Tao was obliterated. However, just as the elder of the Golden Condor clan was about to defend himself against the spiritual seal, a mysterious Tao rhyme fluctuated in the space around him. Although it was only for a moment, Nine Gloom's attack was already in front of him before he could react. What the F***? The elder of the Golden Condor tribe lowered his head and stared blankly at the spiritual seal that had obliterated his body. All he could feel was a searing pain radiating from his feet. Then the pain gradually increased until it consumed his entire body. Gulp. The peak of Nine Gloom Mountain fell into a dead silence again. At this moment, even Jin Yi's face was completely blank. Only Nine Gloom seemed to have a trace of doubt between her brows. To be honest with her strength, it was not that she could not kill a 6th-grade Divine Emperor. She was even confident that she could fight a 7th-grade Divine Emperor. However, it was too easy. The elder of the Golden Condor clan seemed to be imprisoned. He could not resist at all and was burned into nothingness by the nether fire in his own spiritual energy. Haha, Miss Nine Gloom, you don't have to thank me. At this moment, Nine Gloom suddenly heard a soul transmission. She turned to look in the direction of the Great Hall and saw Xiao Pu smiling and nodding lightly. I didn't expect this fatty to be so capable. Nine Nether came to a realization. She looked at the demons and said coldly, "Who else wants to try?" "King Yu, you dare to kill my clan elder? You're courting death." Jin Yi's expression was ferocious, and he was incomparably shocked. Since the Golden Condor clan was known as the #1 royal clan in the northern frontier, there were naturally many powerhouses in the clan. However, a 6th-grade Divine Emperor, even in the 10,000 demonic sacred mountain, was considered a top-notch fighting power. Yet he had been killed so casually. Third elder. Yes, young master. Beside Jin Yi, another elder of the Golden Condor clan stepped forward and looked at Nine Gloom. Just now he only felt that there seemed to be a strange Taoist rhyme floating in the void, and then the elder seemed to be imprisoned by some kind of force, and he didn't even have time to resist. Although the power only appeared for an instant, it was enough to be fatal when the 2 emperor gods were fighting for their lives. His cultivation realm was 2 realms higher than 9 netherworlds, at the 7th-grade God Emperor realm. However, facing this newly ascended Demon King, he still felt somewhat fearful. "King Yu, if you surrender now, you may still have a chance. Once all the powerhouses of the Golden Condor clan arrive, your 9 Gloom Mountain will become a barren land." The third elder of the Golden Condor clan's eyes were gloomy and his golden robe shone with a blinding demonic light. Above his head, there seemed to be a demonic shadow with wings drooping, looking down at the world. However, at this moment, Nine Gloom's face showed no signs of panic. How could a mere 7th grade divine emperor from the Bird Clan make her submit? The young master said to make a big commotion, and it would be best if the entire northern frontier noticed this place. In that case, she would use the Golden Condor clan as a sacrifice for the young master's arrival. Buzz! With that thought, Nine Gloom moved lightly, and a purplish-black spiritual light suddenly rushed into the sky outside her body. That deep and evil color made her look like a demonic demon from the 9th underworld, and it instilled fear in people's hearts. You don't know what's good for you. The 3rd elder of the Golden Condor clan's eyes twitched. However, at this point there was no way out. Otherwise, his Golden Condor clan would become the laughingstock of the entire northern frontier. He waved his hand, and golden feathers suddenly appeared in the void. Divine light flowed on the feathers, and Tao patterns covered them. As the 3rd elder pressed his hand down, the feathers suddenly turned into rain, shrouding Nine Gloom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue sky was torn apart, and countless black cracks appeared in the void. Thousands of golden lights fell from the sky like a sea of stars, containing terrifying power. Seeing this, Nine Gloom's pretty face turned serious, but a trace of black flames rose in her eyes. At first, it was just a trace, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a curtain in the sky. Boom! The world turned dark, and it was a kind of extreme darkness where light was extinguished. In the dark, it seemed like a pair of ancient fierce eyes slowly opened in the darkness. Chirp! The demons heard a loud phoenix cry from the 9th heaven, and in the next moment, 2 wings covered with black feathers suddenly extended from the black curtain, enveloping Nine Gloom's body. Purplish-black flames lingered on the feathers, as if they were connected by Taoist rhymes, and they emitted scalp-numbing waves of heat. The moment the 3rd elder of the Golden Condor clan's attack came into contact with the feathers, it was instantly annihilated. A look of shock appeared on everyone's face, and they stared fearfully at the slender figure that slowly walked out of the darkness. It was a beautiful and enchanting woman with fair skin and a straight body. However, unlike before, there seemed to be a black flame dancing in the middle of Nine Gloom's brows. On her back, 2 black wings were folded together, revealing an indescribable demonic aura. Golden Condor clan, I invited you to participate in the ceremony out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to provoke me again and again. Today, I will use the blood of your Golden Condor clan as a sacrifice for my coronation. Nine Gloom's tone was indifferent, and she revealed her half-demon body, especially that pair of black eyes filled with flames, as deep and cold as the Nine Gloom abyss. But why did it feel so familiar? Demon! Demon! Nine Gloom is a demon. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this demon. Jin Yi's body trembled, and he staggered backward. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of regret, especially when the elder of the Golden Condor clan was killed by Nine Gloom. Jin Yi suddenly realized that not all demons would give face to the Golden Condor clan. In Jin Yi's opinion, no matter how heaven-defying the Dark King was, he would not dare to make an enemy of the Golden Condor clan. That was why he was confident that he could control this demon. But now, this woman was obviously a lunatic, and she did not care about anyone at all. Oh no, it was a heart-chilling, heart-wrenching feeling. Young lord, let's go. The 3rd elder of the Golden Condor clan gritted his teeth, and he felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure did not come from the realm, but more like a bloodline suppression. Chapter 839. Trying to escape? It's too late. Nine Nether took a light step forward, and the bluestone beneath her cracked. Her silhouette turned into a series of afterimages, floating in the air like a dark flame. She streaked across the sky and pounced on Jin Yi, killing a 7th grade Emperor God Elder might drive the Golden Condor clan crazy. However, killing a young lord of a royal family would send the entire northern borderline into a state of panic. For hundreds of years, there had been disputes in the northern borderline, but no ultimate powerhouses had fallen, and no young lord of a clan had been killed. After all, in the mortal path, whether humans or demons, the most important thing was inheritance. If the inheritance was broken, the enmity would be irreconcilable. As long as they were not mortal enemies, most people would not dare to cross this line. Young lord, you're courting death. The Golden Condor clan's third elder's face turned cold, and fear appeared on his old face. He did not expect King Yu to be so ruthless and decisive as to attack the young lord of the Golden Condor clan. Boom! Boundless golden light shone down, and endless ripples appeared on the square. The Golden Condor clan's third elder took a step forward and appeared in front of Jin Yi. His originally illusory demonic figure gradually became clearer and more dazzling. The two great demons collided, and the void within 100,000 miles was shattered. At this moment, the demons could only see the two figures colliding continuously. The terrifying power covered the sky and annihilated all living things. Many elders of the demon clans had already lit up with spiritual light and shielded their young lord behind them. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They were not only surprised by Nine Nether's strength, but also by the fact that she was able to suppress a 7th Great Emperor as a 6th Great Emperor. They were even more surprised by the fact that King Yu was even more ruthless than the rumors said. She actually dared to attack the young lord of the northern borderline's #1 royal family. The deafening sound of the collision echoed for thousands of miles. The entire Nine Nether Mountain was filled with golden light and raging flames, destroying the ancient forests, mountains, and rivers. However, as Nine Nether unleashed her full strength, the Golden Condor clan's third elder's face became more and more shocked. The Golden Condor clan had always been good at killing and speed. Their blood flowed with ruthlessness and dominance, and the ruthlessness to kill everything. However, at this moment, the third elder felt that the woman in front of him was 10,000 times more ruthless than him. Die! All of a sudden, a loud roar was heard from 10,000 miles away. The third elder of the Golden Condor clan stood in the air. Golden light gathered in his hand as he pressed down on Nine Gloom's head. Boundless divine might instantly rippled and turned into a demonic shadow that was hundreds of meters tall. It extended its wings and covered the clouds and the sun, revealing an endless amount of ferocity. Above the demonic figure, golden light bloomed. Tao patterns turned into feathers, and a terrifying blood qi shook the 9 heavens, startling all the demonic beasts. Nine Nether raised his head and looked at the demonic shadow that contained destruction. His eyes were calm and deep. Then, 10,000 rays of demonic light suddenly lit up between her eyebrows. Layers of purple flames surged around his body, burning the void within 1,000 feet into nothingness. The Tao, laws, order, and space-time were all annihilated at this moment. Only the scalp-numbing heat was left. It surged like an ocean and completely enveloped the demonic figure. Chirp! Mournful screams resounded in an instant. Countless streaks of golden light scattered down from the sky. It was a spectacular sight. The Golden Condor clan's third elder's face paled. He gritted his teeth and formed a series of hand seals. Boom! A sudden explosion resounded in the heavens and earth. Under the layers of black flames, countless streaks of golden light pierced through the clouds like a sun that exploded out of thin air. Nine Nether let out a muffled groan. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The Golden Condor clan's third elder retreated hundreds of meters before he managed to stabilize himself and stand tall in the void. However, at this moment, the aura on his body was also extremely weak. It was obvious that he had damaged his foundation by destroying his demonic soul. But the moment he stopped moving, Nine Nether took a step forward. Her body was surrounded by a sea of flames. She did not give him a chance to breathe as she descended from the sky. Trying to escape? On the square, Jean Yi's face was already pale. Originally, he did not really want to kill Nine Nether. He only wanted to let her know the power of the Golden Condor clan and then take this peerless beauty under his wing. He did not expect this woman to be so crazy and ruthless. Not only did she kill his clan's elder, but it seemed like she did not intend to let him go either. Damn it, just you wait. When I step onto Nine Nether Mountain again, I will skin you alive. But, just as Jean E was about to turn and run, the space in front of him suddenly rippled. Then a fat figure appeared out of thin air, looking down at him arrogantly. Where do you think you're going? Human, if you dare to kill me, the Golden Condor clan will not let you go. You! Jean E exclaimed. However, before he could finish his sentence, an ancient saber suddenly appeared in the young man's hand. The saber slashed down from the sky. With Shao Popper's providence and cultivation level, the Golden Condor clan's young lord could not resist at all. Moreover, of the two powerhouses behind him, one was dead and the other was severely injured. The remaining demons had long since distanced themselves from the matter. They could not wait for the matter to escalate so that they could reap the benefits. After all, although the demons were united, the Blue Dragon Emperor's suppression was the prerequisite. Otherwise, the battle between the demons would be even more terrifying. The law of nature was survival of the fittest. Even after hundreds of millions of years, the nature of the demons was still competitive. It was difficult to change. Plop! When Jean Yi's body fell to the ground and his head rolled to the side, the noisy Nine Phantom Mountain suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the fat figure and the blood-stained ancient saber in his hand. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Jean Yi was dead? The young lord of the northern frontier's #1 royal family, a peerless genius, was dead? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gasps could be heard all around. Even the third elder of the Golden Condor clan felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the scene unfold before him. Then he no longer cared about the dignity of the royal family and the glory of the Golden Condors. He ignited his blood energy and fled into the void. Nine Phantom Mountain withdrew her hand and stood tall in the sky. Her celestial face was cold. Her young master said that if this matter escalated, the third elder would definitely report to the Golden Condor clan. When that happened, Nine Phantom Mountain would become the center of attention. Although Nine Phantom Mountain still had some doubts, she did not feel a trace of fear due to her trust in Ling Xiao. Even if young master is using my life to plot against the world. So what? If it weren't for young master, I would still be a remnant soul. I don't know when I would be able to step into Xinzhou again. As long as young master can overthrow the Holy Church and avenge me, my life will belong to young master. Humph. Who else? Who else? Poverty Shao shouted coldly, his expression extremely domineering. His gaze swept across the demons one by one, but those who met his gaze all unconsciously turned their heads to look elsewhere. To be honest, Jean Yi's death was beyond everyone's expectations. However, they were only here to investigate the situation of Nine Phantom Mountain. They had no intention of risking their lives. Since this young man dared to kill the young lord of the Golden Condor clan, why would he care about others? As the saying goes, the strong fear the weak. Moreover, there were several Nine Phantom Mountain God Emperors standing at the edge of the square. After today, this force would disappear completely from the Golden Condor clan's revenge. But I'll have to live past today to see it. Clap, clap, clap. However, just as Poverty Shao was immersed in the joy of showing off, a round of applause came from the void. Chapter 840. Who is it? A commotion suddenly broke out in the quiet ninth underworld mountain. All the demons raised their heads to look, only to see a figure gradually appear under the bright sun in the blue dome of heaven. His white robes were fluttering in the wind, and he was spotless. His spiritual aura turned into a strange phenomenon, and he seemed to be peerless. However, the surprising thing was that the white-robed young man had 2 horns on his forehead, which instantly made him look more ferocious and domineering. Behind him, ancient and powerful auras followed. They were all dressed in golden robes, and their expressions were cold and indifferent. 1,000-demon sacred mountain. It's the 1,000-demon sacred mountain. Some of the powerful demons started to exclaim. The fear on their faces dissipated instantly, and it turned into mockery. Especially at this moment, the gazes that everyone looked at poverty, Xiao, faintly carried a trace of ridicule. Who asked you to act tough? Why did you stop shouting when he was here? 1,000-demon sacred mountain. Xiao Po's fat face trembled. He silently kept his ancient sword and bowed slightly to 9th Underworld. King Yu, Jin Yi has been killed. Then he calmly walked back to the front of the main hall. He crossed his arms in front of him and stood there quietly. It was as if his actions just now were completely under 9th Underworld's command. Hearing this, not only was 9 Nether stunned, even the faces of the other beasts flickered with astonishment. This fatty is too shameless, isn't he? When he was acting tough, just now he was unconvinced. Now that he was done acting tough, he threw the blame aside and pretended that it had nothing to do with him. King Yu, that's right. Ao Qing stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He looked at 9th Underworld playfully, then at the thousands of demons. Finally, his gaze landed on Hua Hua, who was standing in front of the main hall. At this moment, he did not sense any demonic aura from this young girl, but he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. He had never felt such a feeling from the Blue Dragon Emperor. Only Long Xian had ever given him such a feeling. No wonder the King Yu was so arrogant. It turned out that such a peerless demon was standing behind him. In Ao Qing's opinion, it was impossible for a demon race with such a bloodline to be unknown. However, this young girl did not look more than 20 years old, so there was nothing to worry about. In the end, the northern border was still Long Xian's world. Who are you? 9 Nethers figure descended from the sky, standing in front of Xiao Chan and the rest. At this moment, she also felt a trace of pressure from the expert behind the young man. It was obvious that some of the 10,000 monster sacred mountain emperor gods had already reached the 8th level. Given 9 Nether strength, under the premise of exposing his demon body, he was able to fight against a 7th grade person. However, against a rank 8 he would lose without a doubt. Moreover, unlike the Golden Condors, Fangxing Mountain was the true overlord of the northern frontier. I'm Ao Qing. I'm here to invite Miss Bai Jishi to the Holy Mountain as a guest under the orders of the Holy Ancestor. Ao Qing bowed slightly toward 9 Nether. He didn't care whether the northern frontier was in chaos or not. What he needed to do now was to help Long Xian reach the peak as soon as possible so that he could conquer the world. The death of the young master of the Golden Condor clan had nothing to do with him. As long as 9 Nether was obedient, perhaps the venerable ancestor would help her shoulder the burden. Looking for Jishi? 9 Nether's beautiful eyes narrowed as she muttered to herself. It was said that the 3 demon emperors of the 10,000 demons, Sacred Mountain, all wanted to take Bai Jishi as a disciple. But who was the divine ancestor? Jishi is not on 9 Nether Mountain. Not on 9 Nether Mountain? King Yu, you better know how to appreciate favors. Someone the divine ancestor wants cannot escape, even if they have wings. Ao Qing narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at 9 Nether. If Bai Jishi was not on 9 Nether Mountain, Long Xian would not have sent him to capture her. Interesting. A 5th grade divine emperor dared to go against his will. Ao Qing's personality had unknowingly changed along with Long Xian's. When he first came to the northern frontier, he was still a cautious person. He came to the demon border to find the Azure Dragon Emperor and become her disciple so that he could use the demon race's power to fight against Ziyin. However, a few months ago, after going through many difficulties, he was summoned by the Azure Dragon Emperor. When he arrived at the foot of the 10,000 Demons Mountain, he coincidentally saw Long Xian being born. Attracted by her bloodline and beauty, he became the demon race's divine ancestor's follower. Even now, Ao Qing did not know why Long Xian, who was not a dragon, had such a terrifying true dragon aura. However, who cared? As long as he could gain the divine ancestor's favor, the sea region could be his. Can't escape? Nine Nether frowned slightly. She could hear some domineering hostility in the youth's words. It was obvious that the divine ancestor invited Bai Jishi to the 10,000 demons' sacred mountain not to drink tea and chat. Suddenly, Nine Nether seemed to remember something. A few months ago, there was a golden light that stretched for 30,000 miles on the 10,000 demons' sacred mountain. It covered the sky as if a treasure had appeared. However, under the cover of the golden radiance, many great demons with top-tier cultivation bases were still able to acutely sense a faint trace of devilish intent. Although the Azure Dragon Emperor personally came out to refute the rumors, saying that the phenomenon was caused by his cultivation, such words were not convincing. However, no matter what treasure appeared, since it was on the 10,000 demons' sacred mountain, no one would dare to go up the mountain to snatch it even if they had 10,000 guts. Could this matter be related to the divine ancestor that the youth spoke of? Jishi is indeed not on the mountain. Moreover, if you want to take her away from my 9 Nether Mountain, you need ancestor Qingqiu's approval. 9 Nether's tone was indifferent, but there was a hint of dominance that did not allow for discussion. Although Bai Jishi was mischievous, her nature was not bad. Moreover, she was the young master's sister. No matter who the divine ancestor was, 9 Nether would not let her take any risks. Oh, are you disobeying me? Ao Qing suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. However, at this moment, his gaze turned towards Hua Hua. The latter stepped forward and stood beside 9 Nether. She raised her head and looked at him with a cold expression. A lowly flood dragon dares to be fierce in front of me? After saying that, a wisp of demonic aura circulated around Hua Hua. An ancient and heavy aura seemed to have awakened from ancient times and enveloped the entire hall. Who are you? Ao Qing's expression changed. The fear in his heart grew stronger. The bloodline suppression between the same race was already stronger. Even though Hua Hua's cultivation level was lower than his, the 9 Heavens' sacred aura still made Ao Qing's legs go weak. He almost knelt on the ground. Even if the young master had not said that she was not allowed to reveal her true form, Hua Hua would have already transformed into the sky-devouring demonic body and crushed this little dragon to the ground. Elder Shi too. Kill her. Ao Qing gritted his teeth. The mockery in the eyes of Hua Hua and the others made this young master of the Flood Dragon tribe even more furious. Yes. Behind him, a burly old man with golden hair and demonic aura around him stepped forward and looked down at 9 Nether and the others. In the next instant, a boundless demonic radiance bloomed in the sky. An 8th grade divine emperor aura smashed down. It directly shattered the void and destroyed the sacred aura, enveloping Hua Hua and the others. Be careful. 9 Nether's expression froze. She pulled Hua Hua behind her. Black flames rose around her, turning into a 100-meter-long demonic shadow that shot into the sky. Chapter 841. Boom! 9 Nether's body trembled violently as the boundless divine power collided. She took a few steps back before stabilizing herself. On the other hand, Shirtu's golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Although his expression was extremely calm, it was obvious that the pressure he was under was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Kill! Ao Qing waved his hand lightly. Behind him, several emperor gods stepped forward and appeared beside Shir Tuesday. The thousand-monster sacred mountain was the force with the longest history in the northern border. There were many experts in the mountain, and their methods were even more astonishing. Moreover, these monsters were not good at the power of Tao laws. What they cultivated were innate magical powers and physical strength. Therefore, not many people were targeted by the divine masters over the years. Monsters had extremely long lifespans. As long as they did not die, they could inherit the power of heaven and earth and cultivate supreme opportunities. Therefore, compared to any other sect in the Shenzhou continent, the number of experts in the Saint Mountain was clearly greater. However, just as the 5 monsters from the 1,000-monster mountain were about to pounce on Nine Nether and the others, the void in front of the main hall suddenly trembled. A petite figure suddenly appeared, and there was a hint of annoyance and coldness on her beautiful face. "Stop it! Jishi!" Nine Nether's expression froze, and there was a flash of excitement between her brows. She had already heard from her subordinates that Baijishi had gone to welcome the young master after hearing about him. So the young master had arrived? "You are Baijishi?" Ao Qing suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped the 5 emperors in their tracks. After that, he looked at the petite yet peerlessly beautiful figure with special interest. "That's right. Who are you?" "Uncle Sher Tu, what are you doing?" Baijishi blinked her innocent pink eyes and frowned at Sher Tu, who was at the front of the group of monsters. "Jishi, be obedient and follow me to the sacred mountain. Perhaps you can save the 9 Nether Mountain. Otherwise," Sher Tu's eyes narrowed. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Although Baijishi did not become the disciple of the 3 emperors, this girl comprehended the Space Tao Law, which was the strongest talent of the monster clan. Therefore, when she was very young, she often used the Tao Law to travel to various places in the northern border. There was no one in the northern frontier who didn't know this adorable girl. That was why she had such a fearless personality. However, even though the northern border looked calm and tranquil, the sky had already changed. The demon race's divine ancestor, who had appeared out of nowhere, actually possessed a divine bone. Although her cultivation realm had yet to reach the pinnacle of the world, the divinity within the divine bone could be said to be supreme. Moreover, the divine ancestor was extremely talented and had the support of the 5 Daos. In less than 100 years, he would definitely be able to reach the peak of the Shenzhou continent. At that time, the demon race might be able to see the light of day again. Baizishi's talent was strong, but it was not strong enough to lead the monster clan to a renaissance. As for Flowey, although she had the bloodline of a true dragon, her cultivation was still weak and was far from being able to suppress all enemies with her aura. "Hey, I thought it was something big. Isn't it just going to the sacred mountain? It just so happens that I haven't seen the 3 old ancestors for a long time. I'll go now." Baijishi giggled and turned to look at Nine Nether. She said in an old and experienced tone, "Nine Nether! When the young master arrives later, remember to treat him well." That's right. Baijishi did not wait for Ling Xiao at all. She had heard that something had happened at Nine Nether Mountain, so she hurried back. In the northern wilderness, who would dare to not give Baijishi face? The 3 demon emperors are all my old ancestors. When I was young, I would often pluck their beards while they were sleeping. Originally, Baijishi thought that it was the Golden Condor clan or the Blue Wolf clan who were causing trouble. She did not expect it to be the 1,000-demon sacred mountain. "Huh! Whose body is that on the ground?" "Ah, Genie!" Baijishi's pink eyes flashed with surprise. She immediately glared at Nine Nether and said in a hateful tone, "You only know how to cause trouble for me." Humph! It seemed that she had no choice but to go to the sacred mountain. Nine Nether came from outside and did not know the background of the Golden Condor clan. This demon race is a royal race that is even more terrifying than my Qingqiu kingdom. However, it doesn't matter. I will say that I killed him, with the protection of the 3 demon emperors. What can that idiot do to me? "Jishi, you can't go." Nine Nether shook her head slightly and grabbed Baizishi's jade-like hand. afraid that she would use the law of Tao to escape. She was also puzzled. With Baijishi's status in the northern border, who would dare to make a move on her? However, it was obvious that this group of 1,000 demon mountain experts did not come with good intentions, especially that young man in white. His tone was rude and domineering. If Baijishi left with them, her fate would be extremely miserable. Although the Blue Dragon Emperor enjoyed the worship of thousands of demons, only Nine Nether knew that in order to compete for the position of the Demon Emperor of the northern border, this old dragon had slaughtered many demons. Of course, for those who stood tall in the sky, how many of them did not bear an endless blood debt? However, such a person's heart was always dirty. Nine Nether. Baijishi's eyes flashed with confusion. Before she could speak again, Ao Qing suddenly sneered in the sky. Since you have appeared, what are you waiting for? Capture her. Capture? Baijishi was stunned. She raised her head and looked at the young man above her. Her tone suddenly became cold. Who do you think you are? How dare you capture me? At this moment she was confused. If the 3 old ancestors missed her, why would they send experts to capture her? What was going on? She was very uneasy. Young Master Ao Qing. Shi Shirtu pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled bitterly. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Baijishi is the person that the divine ancestor wants. If you make the divine ancestor angry, you know the consequences. Ao Qing snorted coldly. Seeing the gloominess in Shirtu's eyes, he softened his tone and sighed softly. Elder Shir, you're an old member of the 10,000 Monsters Sacred Mountain. You should know that everything the divine ancestor has done is for the greater good of the monster race. Do you really want to be kept here and have your children and grandchildren be slaves of the human race for generations to come? This, Shirtu gritted his teeth and finally nodded. The last trace of struggle in his eyes disappeared completely and turned into a cold expression. King Yu, you'd better mind your own business. Otherwise, I will wash the 9 Nether Mountain with blood today. With that, Shirtu took a step forward. Like a divine mountain descending, he instantly crushed the blue sky and stood above 9 Nether and the others. Thousands of forces fell from the sky. Even 9 Nether's face turned pale. Behind her, Xiaopa and Huahua looked at each other. Then they took out the talisman in their hands and said softly, Young Master, there are experts from the 1,000 Demons Sacred Mountain who want to kill Miss 9 Nether. Oh, I know. After a moment, a low and indifferent voice came from the other side of the talisman. Hearing this voice, the nervousness in both 9 Nether and Xiao Po's eyes disappeared instantly, especially Xiao Po, whose face was filled with a shocking battle intent. Damn, it's time for me to show off again. Although I can't defeat him, I must let the young master see me giving my all to protect his woman. Chapter 842. North Border, thousands of miles in the void. Demonic chi suddenly filled the sky and Tao patterns appeared. The blue sky turned dark and the sun sank. A golden carriage with 9 dragons emitted endless divine light. Under the cover of the demonic clouds, it sped toward the 9 Phantom Mountain. Young Master, why are we waiting here for 7 days? In Ling Zhao's arms, Ziyan's golden eyes flashed with confusion. With everyone's speed, they had already arrived here 7 days ago. However, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to appear. Instead, he stood in the sky, drinking wine and admiring the sun. Of course, in these 7 days, the layered shadow had sent back countless pieces of information. Ling Xiao already had a rough understanding of the current situation in the north border. That's right. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to descend on the north border because it was the most dangerous place in the 4 borders. The demon race was already strong. If not for the heavenly Tao restraining them, they would not have been suppressed by the Saint sect. Even so, there were still countless powerful demon race occupying the north border, especially the 1,000 demon sacred ground, which was the true ruler of the north border. It was said that the green dragon had already cultivated dragon scales. In order to get rid of the second divine envoy, Ling Xiao first had to do not find his tracks. Instead, he had to completely mess up the situation in the north border. Needless to say, the west border had been conquered by hundreds of dynasties for many years. Even in the east and south border, there were demons causing trouble and becoming enemies with the human race. Only the north border had 3 demon emperors. No one dared to cause trouble. However, the situation was too stable. How could he fish in troubled waters? Furthermore, although Ling Xiao did not know what kind of agreement the Divine Master and the Blue Dragon Emperor had reached, it was nothing more than a discussion of benefits. Because of this, the demon race and the saint sect could not possibly be united against a common enemy. As for him, he only needed to use a few tricks to completely enrage the north border that had been suppressed by the human race for hundreds of years. Demons were bloodthirsty and ate humans. Once a human race massacred living beings in the north border. Do you think the demon emperors would sit by and do nothing? As for how to lure the second divine envoy into the trap, don't forget that I, Ling Xiao, have another identity. I am the saint of the saint sect. At that time, no matter who died or who was injured in the end, it would have nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Everything was under control. Only the phenomenon of the Wanyao mountain that stacked shadow spoke of made Ling Xiao interested. If it wasn't a supreme treasure, then it was fate. Interesting. You only need to stay by my side obediently. Don't interfere with anything else, understand? Ling Xiao lowered his head and glanced at Ziyan with a chilly gaze, causing the latter's delicate figure to instantly tremble. She nestled in Ling Xiao's embrace and let out an aggrieved meow. Black clouds suddenly appeared in the northern region, and killing intent rose in all directions. Ling Xiao and the others finally stopped hesitating and headed straight for the 9 Nether Mountain. At the same time, at the peak of the 9 Underworlds Mountain, tens of thousands of feet of demonic radiance bloomed and Tao laws collided. The blue sky shattered, and the bright sun lost its light. Only the terrifying demonic silhouettes stood tall between heaven and earth, intimidating the world. King Yu, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. Above the void, the silhouette of a golden lion roared at the sky. Its golden eyes were like gold, emitting a bloodthirsty ruthlessness. Then he threw out a punch, which instantly pierced through the void and landed on 9 Nether's head. This punch seemed ordinary, but it contained a great amount of blood energy. The entire 9 Nether Mountain instantly let out a shattering sound. Even 9 Nether's eyes revealed a tinge of despair. She took a deep breath, and a wisp of purple-black flames started to rise from the bottom of her feet. In a short instant, it turned into a towering pillar of flames that faced the fist. Boom! A terrifying power instantly exploded. Thousands of demonic beasts on the 9 Nether Mountain roared and turned around to escape. However, at this moment, a formation suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It connected to form a net that invisibly enveloped the entire mountain. At this moment, under the attack of an 8th-grade divine emperor, 9 Nether's delicate body suddenly trembled violently. Even the flames outside her body were extinguished in a breath's time. Then she looked up at the sky and looked at the terrifying fist shadow that was like a falling star. Her eyes were calm, and the corners of her mouth even curled up into a smile. If young master wanted her to die, then she must have a reason to die. However, we have not seen each other for almost 2 years. Young master, 9 Nether really wants to see you before I die. Buzz! The ear-piercing sound of a saber suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Extreme fear suddenly appeared in the eyes of the demonic beasts that were originally escaping. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the void within 10,000 miles suddenly split neatly into 2 halves. Only a wisp of dark light tore through the clouds, as if the abyss of the 9 heavens had descended to the mortal realm. Chi! In just a moment, the dark light fell and flashed through the golden light. The fist that the lion butcher had thrown out with his blood energy suddenly shattered, turning into flowing light that filled the sky and dissipating without a trace. Heaven and earth were silent, and all sounds disappeared. Everyone was dumbstruck as they stared at the black light that disappeared in the blink of an eye and swallowed their saliva. Above the void, the lion butcher also looked at the shattered golden light and blood energy with a shocked expression, and he did not speak for a long time. At a certain moment, he seemed to have sensed something, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. There he saw a 9 dragons golden carriage breaking through the sky and towering in the sky. On the golden carriage, a peerlessly beautiful young man in black clothes was holding a snow by Ling cat in his arms, and he was looking down at the demonic beasts with a calm gaze. It was a young man with a celestial aura, gentle and refined, and he was as handsome as jade. He sat in the carriage, and although he did not emit a trace of aura, heaven and earth seemed to submit to him. What audacity! You even dared to injure my maidservant. Ling Xiao lowered his eyes and looked at the shocked lion butcher. An 8th grade divine emperor was the strongest here. However, an 8th grade divine emperor was no longer in his eyes. Whether it was Xionghuan or Ziyan, they could easily kill him. However, the young man behind the golden lion made the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curl up into a smile. A 7th grade divine king with 4,000 luck points. He did not have a spiritual body, nor did he have any Tao laws. However, there was an extremely mysterious aura around him. Flood dragon human! In Ling Xiao's arms, Ziyan suddenly exclaimed. However, in the next instant, she looked at the young man with some fear and quickly shut her mouth, not daring to make any noise. She knew that Ling Xiao did not ask her to reveal her strength because he wanted to save it for the final moment and use it as a trump card. Once she disrupted Ling Xiao's plan. Given the latter's temper, she did not know how he would deal with her. Humph, what can I do? He has already planted a soul mark on me, and he can do whatever he wants to me. Meow. Flood dragon human race? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes became more and more playful. He did not expect to meet one so soon. However, this young man was obviously not much older than Xian and the others. However, his cultivation realm was somewhat terrifying. Of course, this kind of terror was only for ordinary young geniuses. In Ling Xiao's eyes, this young man was still an ant that he could casually crush. However, he did not know what kind of secret was hidden in this ant. Interesting. A person of destiny indeed has a miserable life. Although this young master of the flood dragon human race was born noble, I just came out to train, and when I turned around, my race was gone and my entire clan was slaughtered. Don't you think it's miserable? Damn. Chapter 843. The Aura of Reincarnation. Just as Ling Xiao was pondering, Liang Yi, who was beside him, suddenly looked surprised. He turned to Ling Xiao and said, "My lord, it's the aura of reincarnation." The aura of reincarnation? No wonder. Ling Xiao nodded and walked toward Nine Nether and the others. Under his feet, a green lotus of the Great Way appeared out of nowhere. Thousands of divine lights turned into a vision. It was as if a real immortal had descended. Even the eyes of Ao Qing and the others flickered with a wisp of shock and terror at this moment, and they inexplicably felt a trace of coldness arise from the bottom of their hearts. Immortal aura and divine power. What a peerless young master! My lord! Young master! Nine Nether and Baishi's faces lit up. Even Xiao Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and bowed to Ling Xiao solemnly. My lord! Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and threw a cosmos bag to Xiao Ping. You've worked hard, even though he knew that with Poverty Zhao's character, he was most likely faking it. However, did I give him the elixir because he was willing to risk his life? Of course not. I just liked his humble and fawning attitude. Young master, I missed you so much. Why are you only here now? I've been waiting for you on green, Mist Mountain for a whole day. Baijishi pouted her little mouth, and Nine Nether also bowed deeply. Her pretty face was filled with excitement, and her eyes were misty. Seeing this, Ziyan's golden eyes flashed with surprise. She had many doubts in her heart. Why was this young man so cruel and heartless? But the girls around him were so in love with him. Also, with Mrs. Cold Temperament, how could she tolerate these girls around him? Of course, she was just a spiritual pet. She didn't dare to say anything. She could only watch as the petite figure flew over and hung in Ling Zhao's arms. She, the dignified Ocean Emperor, a ninth grade Divine Emperor, was almost pressed out of shape. Young master, Jishi missed you so much. The peak of the Nine Nether Mountain was silent. All the demon clan experts and young lords stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. Other than shock, there was only endless jealousy. F***CK. What did I just see? The Spectral King, the one who dared to kill the Golden Condor tribe's elder and young lord, was actually bowing his head to a young human and looking forward to meeting him? Also, Baijishi, the ninth princess of Qingqiu, the peerless genius chosen by the 3 demon emperors, was also throwing herself into the arms of the human youth? What was even more infuriating was that there wasn't a trace of joy on the young man's face. F***CK. This was an expert. This was an expert. Human, who are you? Ao Qing's expression was solemn and even a little frightened. Given King Yu's strength, although he was still a distance away from the 3 great demonic emperors, he already had the potential to become a demonic emperor. In the short span of a year, he had appeared out of nowhere, killed a 6th grade divine emperor, and was able to contend with an 8th grade great emperor. One had to admit that this ghost king really had some tricks up his sleeve. However, such a cold and terrifying demon king actually bowed down to a human youth. It was hard to imagine the identity of the young man in front of him. In the entire Shenzhou, although the human race was now the ruler of the Shenzhou, in terms of background and talent, only the mysterious holy son of the holy sect had such power. Other than him, Ao Qing could not think of anyone else who could be so famous in the northern frontier. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you dared to hurt my maidservant. Today, you'll have to give me an explanation. Ling Xiao patted Baijishi's shoulder lightly, indicating for her to calm down. Then he looked at Ao Qing calmly. Flood Dragon Tribe? Uft. I killed your ancestor, and a young lord dares to act so arrogantly in front of me? Give you an explanation? This is the northern frontier. Our demon race's divine ancestor has ordered us to bring Baijishi back to the 1,000-demon sacred mountain. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Although Ao Qing's words were rude, he was already panicking. The young man's attack just now was able to shatter Shi Tu's attack. With such combat strength, even a god emperor would not be able to withstand it, let alone him. Kill without mercy. Ling Xiao nodded calmly, his eyes calm. Then kill without mercy. Boom! Suddenly, there was a vast demonic aura in the void. One by one, silhouettes stepped into the sky and appeared in the horizon. In particular, the tall figure in armor at the front was as majestic as a mountain. He stood there, covering the blue sky and dimming the sun. All the light in the world was annihilated, leaving behind a wisp of indestructible, domineering aura. That's right. Xiong Huan had rushed over from the sea area in 7 days. The Blood Shark tribe was originally the royal tribe of the sea area, second only to the Flood Dragon tribe. With the help of Gu Zhen and Xiong Huan, this royal tribe swept the sea area and became supreme in just 7 days. Gulp. Ao Qing's expression changed, and he instinctively felt a wave of fear. In front of him, Shi Tu's eyes were also flickering with shock. He looked up at Xiong Huan and the sea of demonic light behind him, only to feel a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Boom! However, at this time, Xiong Huan did not say anything more. He stepped forward and punched. The void collapsed. Although the punch seemed casual, the domineering aura contained in it made the world lose its color and the universe turn upside down. Tu's expression changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth. Demonic light bloomed around him, and he turned into a golden lion's shadow. It was 100 feet tall, and it roared as it rushed toward the fist print. At this time, Xiong Huan's figure was extremely small in front of the demonic shadow, but there was no change in his expression. Under the fist print, there were thousands of demonic auras intertwined and lingering. It was like a millstone that could destroy the world, grinding away time and making everything cease to exist. Boom! The moment the two collided, the entire ninth underworld mountain immediately set off endless ripples. However, the ferocious golden lion couldn't even last for a single breath of time before it shattered into pieces when the fist landed. Xiong Huan's figure did not stop for a moment. He stepped through the sky, descended from the sky, and landed on Tu's body. Roar! At the moment of life and death, the 8th grade divine emperor of the 1,000 demons, Sacred Mountain, revealed his true form and roared into the sky. Around him, demonic light was dazzling like the sun, emitting a terrifying golden light. Uft! Even so, when Xiong Huan's fist print landed on his head, Tu's eyes were filled with despair. Thousands of demonic light soared into the sky, suppressing heaven and earth. Like rain, a curtain of blood fell from the sky. Then, everyone's hearts trembled as they saw Tu's body explode into a mist of blood. It floated in the air and disappeared without a trace. Gulp! Heaven and earth were silent. Only the sound of people swallowing their saliva could be heard on the mountain peak. What did I just see? An 8th grade divine emperor was killed by a single punch just like that. Ao Qing's body trembled violently, and his body turned cold. At this time he did not dare to move at all. Even the divine emperors of the 1,000 demons mountain stood in the void at a loss. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with curiosity and doubt in their eyes. But there was also a trace of fear. Beep. The destined child's Taoist heart is unstable. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 luck points and 5,000 villain points. Hearing the notification, Ling Xiao did not look happy at all. Instead, he looked slightly disappointed. At this time, he realized that although there were many geniuses in the Northern Territory, not many of them had luck. What was going on?